Chapter 5:21. David dodged a few energy pillars. With his ability to sense danger, these energy pillars did not pose a threat to him at all. Being in the air, he could see even more clearly. 5,000 meters away from the defensive line, a large number of Zergs had gathered. There were even more Zergs gathering there. There were countless holes on the ground 5,000 meters away, and Zergs were pouring out of every hole. The number of Zergs was shocking, and there were a large number of rank 2 Zergs. David could not help but be shocked. He had no confidence that the 4th frontline base could withstand such a Zerg wave. Although David's individual combat power was not bad, he was not the actual commander of the base. In addition, he had not been in the base for a while, so he did not know much about the overall situation of the base. When he flew to the defensive line, David was shocked to find that the 15 walls had been increased to 30. The Gaussian cannons on top of the walls had obviously been strengthened, and the number of cannons had increased by a few times. David saw the Kaji battle formation in front of the walls. He saw the Kaji Transcendent holding a rank 3 shield and 18 armored knights standing in the Kaji battle formation. David landed beside the Transcendent, and the latter also saw David. "David, you're finally here. Without you, I feel like I don't have enough confidence," Augustine said with a laugh. "In a war like this, individual combat power will not affect much." David knew better than anyone else, so he said softly with a bitter smile, "Don't worry. The army has been preparing for this war for more than 30 years. The resources accumulated over 30 years will not be a problem for us." The Transcendent just remembered that it was David's first time participating in a war like this, and said to David with a smile. Transcendent Augustine did not know about the other areas, but as long as David was there, the level 3 Zergs would not be able to cause too much damage. As long as this was guaranteed, the defense here would not be a problem. The great world of God sent so many knights over. "They're finally taking the initiative," David said to Transcendent Augustine while looking at the 18 knights. Transcendent Augustine glanced at the knight and said, "These knights are here to deal with the level 3 insectoids. There is another elite in the battle fortress. He can cooperate with the knights to deal with the level 4 insectoids. During a large-scale war, once the number of rank 3 insectoids increased, the Federation army would not be able to defend against them. In terms of high-end combat power, the Federation was far inferior to the great world of God. But at the same time, if the number of level 1 and level 2 insectoids multiplied, the great world of God alone would not be able to stop the level 1 and level 2 insectoids if the Federation army did not stop them." "Where's Benton and Garth?" David asked as he looked around. Transcendent Augustine replied, "Benton has joined the Kaji battle formation. He can play an unexpected role there. Garth is also in charge of the Kaji battle formation." After being reminded by Transcendent Augustine, David also noticed the 2 Transcendent. What surprised David was that Transcendent Benton had an exoskeleton armor on top of his Transcendent armor, which hid the green glow of his Transcendent armor. Transcendent Garth did not wear an exoskeleton armor, but he still wore a military uniform to hide the glow of his Transcendent armor. David then looked at Transcendent Augustine. The Transcendent Augustine was wearing the Transcendent armor. Coupled with the green glow of the rank 3 shield in his hand, he was very conspicuous in the battle formation. Transcendent Augustine smashed his rank 3 shield on the ground and said with a smile, "Don't look, they are in charge of fighting. As long as the insectoid and the insectoid tide see the glow of the Transcendent armor, they will attack in a frenzy and stall the Transcendent. They can fight better with camouflage. As for me, I will attract the attention of the insectoid tide." David nodded. He also understood the thoughts of the 3 Transcendent. David pointed at the sniping hole above his head and said, "Augustine, I will be in the sniping position above your head. You will not be in any danger." Transcendent Augustine laughed and replied, "Haha, don't worry about it. Unless I fall, I will not let the insectoids disturb you." David and Transcendent Augustine said goodbye. He quickly arrived at the sniping position and reported his position to Transcendent Babington. This sniping position was set by the base headquarters. It was not up to David to choose. His identity bracelet showed the sniping position. David placed the roaring sniper rifle and the roaring sniper rifle on the ground and prepared for battle. Lieutenant Mawson quickly arrived and reported to David. Lieutenant Colonel David, these are the supplies that the logistics department has requested for you. 3,000 second-grade sniper bullets, 3,000 super large-caliber second-grade sniper bullets, and 1,000 super large-caliber third-grade sniper bullets. They said that they can provide you with more sniper bullets at any time. Lieutenant Mawson and the 6 Kaji placed a number of ammo boxes next to David. They no longer made a sound and began to help David take out the sniper bullets. In the direction of the insectoids, a level 3 Cyclops beetle stood at the front of the swarm and roared towards the direction of the defense line. It then turned around and made a provocative sound towards the insectoids. The insectoids began to boil. All kinds of insectoids screeched. Even the defense line, which was 5,000 meters away, could hear the ear-piercing screeches. All the Kaji clenched their weapons tightly. Even the veterans were a little nervous. Most of the Kaji here had not participated in the last full-scale war. After experiencing tens of thousands of insectoid waves, the veterans Kaji could tell that the number of insectoid waves this time was far more than that. In fact, if one looked from the sky, the insectoid wave this time was almost endless. The insectoids' accumulation over the years would be quickly released through this war. Maintained the battle formation. You are only safe in the battle formation. Transcendent Augustine yelled. After Transcendent Augustine's reminder, the Kaji captains also reminded their respective teams. The battle formation that was just affected recovered once again. The entire 4th Frontline base returned to silence. Only the cries of the insectoids could be heard from afar. At that moment, Transcendent Augustine felt the air above his head vibrate. He saw a flash of fire from the sniper position above him. The Cyclops beetle was still standing in the same spot. It was not facing the wall, but facing the insectoid wave. Its mission was to excite the insectoids and trigger their bloodlust. The Cyclops beetle was obviously successful. With just a few short screeches, it had driven the insectoids into a frenzy. However, the Cyclops beetle had miscalculated one thing. It was standing within 5,000 meters of David in a straight line. This was a safe distance for other Kaji snipers, but David's Howler sniper rifle had a range of 5,000 meters. If the one-eyed giant beetle had not turned around, it might have been able to react in time to the 5-kilometer straight line attack. But now it had turned around, and its back was facing David. The scariest thing about David's sniper was not its penetrative power. Every sniper master used a super large caliber sniper rifle. The difference in power was not much. David's most successful skill was to completely hide his killing intent and presence. Even if he fired a sniper bullet, it would not be noticed by the sniper. Unless the sniper knew that they were being sniped and took notice beforehand. Otherwise, the sniper bullet would only be noticed when it flew into their alert range. A level 3 insectoid's alert range was 100 meters. For a super large caliber sniper bullet, this distance of 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. It would be difficult for a level 3 insectoid to react in such a short amount of time. Not to mention, the Cyclops beetle's attention was completely focused on encouraging the insectoids. It did not notice itself. The super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet flew over 5,000 meters. Just as the Cyclops beetle felt that something was wrong, the sniper bullet hit the back of its head. The back of the head was an extremely dangerous area. In this area, there was only a layer of skin and skull that protected the most fragile part of the brain. David's sniping was one step ahead. He was already very familiar with the Cyclops beetle. When he aimed, he chose the gap in the Cyclops beetle's skull. This would be very difficult for other Kaji snipers. However, for David with his strong mental power, these calculations were done in an instant. The super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet went through the skin of the back of the Cyclops beetle's head and hit the gap in the skull. The resistance of the gap was weaker than the skull. The impact of the sniper bullet going through the gap was not as strong, but right in front of the Cyclops beetle was its fragile brain. The super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet rolled a few rounds inside the Cyclops beetle's brain, turning it into a paste. Just when the insectoids were at their most excited, a green flower of blood appeared on the Cyclops beetle's head. Then, the Cyclops beetle fell in front of countless insectoids. The cries of the insectoids stopped abruptly. Due to the Cyclops beetle's tall stature, it was originally chosen to provoke the insectoids, but now, it had become the reason why more insectoids could see it being sniped. Transcendent Babington, who was commanding at the back, saw this shocking scene through the video in front. He could not help but open his mouth wide and was stunned for a moment. But soon, his responsibility as a commander made him suddenly wake up. He understood what had just happened. Transcendent Babington ordered loudly, immediately broadcast the video of David killing the Cyclops beetle to the front of the frontline base's defense line and all the troops behind. Let all the participating soldiers see this scene. Transcendent Babington was very clear about the importance of morale in war. David's long-range kill was a cardiac stimulant. Following the order of Transcendent Babington, the 4th Frontline Base's defense line and the reserve troops behind saw the amazing attack. From the Cyclops beetle's arrogant provocation, then it turned around to David's sniper, and then the Cyclops beetle fell in front of the insectoids. In the end, the entire insectoids were silent, as if they were scared stiff. In front of the Kaji battle formation at the defense line, a huge projection appeared. All the Kaji who participated in the battle saw the process of David's sniper. David invincible. No one knew who shouted first, but then all the Kaji shouted loudly. The sound spread farther and farther. From the defense line to the rear, the reserve troops also saw the process of David's sniper. After hearing the shouts from the front line, they also shouted. When David saw the projection in front of him, he was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the process of his sniper would become a propaganda. However, he did not pay attention to this anymore. He did not even pay attention to the shouts after that, because the insectoid tide was completely angered by David's provocation. The insectoid tide began to surge towards the defense line. In the past, when there were 100,000 insectoids charging, the range of the insectoid tide could still be seen. However, the insectoid tide today was completely different. It was almost endless. The shadow attendant had already flown into the sky. David was in the best sniper mode. He was waiting. His roaring sniper rifle was loaded with super large caliber level 3 sniper bullets. The level 2 insectoids were not his primary target. This was mainly because there were too many level 2 insectoids. Even if he killed a few, it would not affect the situation. David's sniper target was still focused on the level 3 insectoids. They were the real threat to the defense line. Just when David was scanning the level 3 insectoids through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he suddenly saw a burning light in the distance. Even in the daytime, the light was very eye-catching. The shadow servant flew high enough that he could see very far. At a distance of about 8,000 meters, he could see thousands of explosive spray bugs. These explosive bugs were gathering energy. David felt a sense of danger. He pressed his hand in front of him. Many armor plates appeared from the top, bottom, left, and right of the sniper hole and sealed it. Just when David finished this action, the explosive bugs 8,000 meters away had finished gathering energy. A burning beam of energy was shot forward. The target was David's sniper position. This was the insectoid's revenge for David's sniper. The explosive bugs were like the humans' sniper Kaji. They could use long-range energy attacks. However, a single explosive bug could only attack with a range of about 2,000 meters, but many of them gathered together could shoot out a super long-range energy attack. David's sniper, just now, was analyzed by the Cyclops beetle. The insectoids around David's sniper were able to transmit the results to the explosive bugs. They could then immediately retaliate. The insectoids specialized in one area. Their talent was even more terrifying than humans. The energy beam hit the sniper hole in the defense wall. However, David had discovered it in advance. The defense wall itself had a special defense against the explosive bug's energy attack. It also had multiple armor plates. The energy beam only pierced through a few armor plates. It did not affect David, who was behind the sniper hole. Chapter 5:22. Change your sniping position. David said to Lieutenant Mawson next to him. After David finished speaking, he changed his sniping position to the sniping position next to him. Lieutenant Mawson and the 6 Kaji helped to transfer the ammo over. "David, are you okay?" Transcendent Augustine asked in the channel when he saw the energy beam coming from afar. "I'm fine. There are thousands of explosive bugs gathering at 8,000 meters away. They are a big threat." David replied in a deep voice. "David, I'll take care of the situation there." Transcendent Babington's voice came from the channel. Transcendent Babington issued a series of orders in the base headquarters. 200 small battleships flew towards the 4th Frontline Base's defense line. The Gauss cannons on top of the 30 defensive walls of the 4th Frontline Base all fired. Gauss shells flew out one after another. They were all rank 2 Gauss shells. The first thing the bugs encountered when they rushed into the range of 5,000 meters was the rank 2 Gauss shells. It didn't matter if they were rank 1 or rank 2 bugs. As long as they were hit by a Gauss shell, they would immediately have a huge hole. Even with the strong vitality of the bugs, they would still lose their ability to fight if they didn't die on the spot. In the midst of the Zerg tide, losing the ability to fight was an extremely terrifying thing. As long as an Zerg was hit by the Gaussian cannons, when it fell to the ground and struggled, the charging Zerg behind would mercilessly trample on its body. After being trampled on, the Zerg's already injured body would lose all signs of life. David locked onto a phantom millipede. This phantom millipede was moving very quickly in the bug tide. It was quickly approaching the defense line under the cover of the bug tide. The shadow attendant in the sky saw a Gauss shell flying towards the phantom millipede. The target of this Gauss shell wasn't the phantom millipede. The Gauss cannons were actually blocking a range of 300 to 500 meters. This area was being attacked by all the Gauss cannons indiscriminately. Against the Zerg tide, the Gaussian cannon did not even need to aim. It only needed to fire continuously. The Gauss cannonball shot towards the phantom millipede. The phantom millipede dodged instinctively. Although the Gauss cannonball was only a 2nd grade, it could still cause some damage to a 3rd grade insectoid. Although the damage wasn't fatal, the 3rd grade insectoid would still try to avoid it. Just as the phantom millipede dodged, David fired his roaring sniper rifle. Although the 1,000-legged Mirage worm's senses were fully activated, there were too many disturbances on the battlefield that affected its judgment. Just the number of Gaussian cannonballs alone was enough to make the phantom millipede unable to sense them, not to mention David's silent sniping, which was even harder to detect. The 1,000-legged phantom worm, which was in the air, could no longer dodge after it sensed the super large grade 3 sniper bullet that was only 100 meters away from it. In fact, even if it was not in the air, it would be difficult for it to make any big dodging movements. Of course, if it wasn't in the air, the phantom millipede, which was an agile 3rd grade insectoid, could still make some small dodging movements to reduce the damage from the sniper. But of course, a sniper master like David wouldn't give the phantom millipede such an opportunity. The super large caliber 3rd grade sniper bullet shot through the phantom millipede's right eye, piercing through the right eye and into the brain. This kind of injury was enough to kill it. Damn it! Just as David's sniping ended, it immediately sensed danger again. The shadow attendant in the sky once again discovered the explosive Zerg swarm that was 8,000 meters away. It once again gathered its energy and was about to launch an attack. This time, the insectoids had their eyes on David. David showed off too much before the war began, which made the insectoids hate him, the sniper master. The insectoids had the talent for long-range observation. Once David sniped, they would immediately lock onto his position. David once again put down the armor plates in front of him. This time, he didn't wait and immediately changed his sniping position. Although the energy beam didn't hit David again, this kind of attack did affect David's sniping effect. Every time David changed his sniping position, he lost the opportunity to kill the third-grade insectoids. Once the third-grade insectoids got too close, they would lose the opportunity to snipe. All the pressure would be borne by the knight and Kaji. Just as David changed his sniping position, he saw 200 small warships flying in the sky. David helped the fleet clear out the flying insectoids. The fleet's target is the explosive Zerg. Babington Transcendent's command came through the channel. "No problem." David was overjoyed and immediately replied. The shadow attendant in the sky changed its scope of observation from the ground to the sky. The flying insectoids in the swarm also discovered the small warships, and a group of them immediately flew towards the fleet. David switched to the super large caliber second-grade sniper bullet and began to rapidly fire. Sniping every 0.5 seconds, David first shot down the stronger second-grade flying insectoids. The small warships also had an autonomous defense system. The dense rapid-fire cannons couldn't kill the first and second-grade flying insectoids, but they could repel them. When the small warships were 5,000 meters away from the explosive Zerg swarm, they launched an attack. Hundreds of second-grade Gauss cannons were fired towards the explosive Zerg swarm. The explosive Zerg swarm also changed their target to the small warships that posed a greater threat. Just as the fleet attacked, a thick energy beam was shot towards the fleet. David saw the energy beam through the shadow attendant, but he didn't even have time to warn them. He could only watch as the energy beam hit the first small warship, penetrated it, and continued to destroy the second and third warships. The explosive Zerg swarm's attack caused 3 small warships to lose their lives. Of course, the small warships also achieved a great result. The explosive Zerg swarm didn't have a strong defense, and they didn't move fast. At least 100 of them were hit by the second-grade Gauss cannons. Among the explosive Zerg swarm that were hit, the ones that died on the spot instinctively triggered the explosive energy in their bodies. Many explosive Zerg swarms self-destructed at the same time. Since the explosive Zerg swarm together and concentrate their energy to attack, they were too close to each other. The explosion caused by the self-destruction created a chain of explosions. Thousands of explosive Zerg swarm didn't have any chance to escape and were all destroyed in the explosion. Even a nearby explosive Zerg swarm were affected. All the Zerg swarm within 10 meters of the explosive Zerg swarm were affected by the explosion. "Mission complete. Return." The commander of the small warships ordered loudly. The fleet immediately retreated. They couldn't turn around at this time. Once they did, their weak rear would be exposed to the attack of the flying Zerg. During this time, another 10 or so small warships were shot down by the Zerg. David's Roarer sniper rifle's firing speed was too slow, so it could only help the fleet to shoot down a portion of the second-grade flying Zerg. When the small warships retreated to within 3,000 meters of David, David immediately switched to the Roarer sniper rifle. With a 0.1 second sniping speed, the flying Zerg that were chasing the fleet in the sky kept falling. The rest of the Kaji snipers could also snipe the flying Zerg, so they entered their sniping range. The small warships didn't suffer any more losses and quickly retreated from the battle. In order to clear out the explosive spray bugs, the fleet of 200 small warships still lost nearly 20 small warships before they even got too deep. This kind of price made David a little shocked. After witnessing this battle, he finally understood why there weren't many warships in the skies of planet Battlestar. Most of them were transport ships. Although using warships to attack the Zerg was effective, it would also consume a lot of resources. This kind of expenditure was not something the military could accept. David switched back to the Roarer sniper rifle. The shadow attendant in the sky started to search for the third-grade Zerg again. After the previous battle, the Zerg swarm had advanced to a range of 2,000 meters. From 2,000 meters to 5,000 meters, the shadow attendant needed to search for the third-grade Zerg. Although the shadow attendant wasn't good in other aspects, its observation skills were extremely good. With just a sweep, it found 5 third-grade Zerg in its sniping range. Without the threat of the explosive Zerg swarm, David no longer had anything to worry about. He fired the Roarer sniper rifle again. A giant pincer flaming Zerg that was jumping up was hit in the head and fell to the ground. It was then trampled by countless Zergs. The giant pincer flaming Zerg was actually very close to the defensive line. It was about 2,300 meters away from the defensive line. If it was given a few more seconds, it would be able to reach the defensive line along with the Zerg swarm. A group of Knight also discovered the giant pincer flaming Zerg. They activated their energy and prepared to charge out to meet the level 3 giant pincer flaming Zerg. Just as they were about to charge out, the giant pincer flaming Zerg that they had locked onto was killed. The giant pincer flaming Zerg died in a pitiful manner. Its strongest ability was the transcendent flame ability. However, it didn't even have the chance to attack before it was killed by a long-range sniper rifle. David and the Shadow Attendant worked very well together. After the giant pincer flaming Zerg was killed, the movements of the other 4 level 3 Zergs were all monitored by the Shadow Attendant. When a level 3 Zerg revealed itself during its movement and left the ground, David instantly fired and killed the level 3 Zerg in midair. Only when the level 3 Zerg left the ground was the best time to snipe. This was because the level 3 Zerg's dodging movements were very limited. Especially in a battlefield, the accuracy of sniping was very high. The 18 Knight stared blankly at the battlefield. They could sense the presence of level 3 Zergs through the energy in their bodies. However, in a short period of time, the presence of level 3 Zergs disappeared one by one. They didn't think that the level 3 Zergs were hiding their presence. There was only one possibility. The level 3 Zergs were killed. The 18 Knight couldn't help but think of the projection before the battle started. It was the terrifying Sniper Master that had a sniping range of 5,000 meters. I didn't think that Sniper Kaji would have such terrifying combat power. A Knight said in a deep voice. Yeah, I didn't think that there would be a Sniper Master here. Another Knight said, This Sniper Master is Sir David. He is the nephew of Baron Du Bois in the Interstellar Federation. He has a very good relationship with Knight Millet. A Knight who was previously stationed here explained. So it's this, sir. A Knight nodded in response. They were all speaking in the divine language. Kaji, who was nearby, couldn't understand them. No one would have thought that David would be respectfully addressed as Sir by this group of Knights. After the 5 level 3 Zergs were killed, David didn't even have time to rest before another level 3 Zerg entered his sniping range. The 18 Knight sensed that the level 3 Zerg's presence on the battlefield in front of them quickly dissipated as soon as it entered the range of 4,000 meters. Since Sir David helped us kill the level 3 Zergs, why don't we charge into this wave of Zergs and reduce the pressure on Kaji of the Federation? The captain of this group of Knights said loudly, Follow the captain's orders. The rest of the Knight didn't have any objections. This time, the great world of God and the Federation were cooperating to defend. They had already been instructed to fully cooperate before coming here. Therefore, these Knight didn't have the same negative attitude as before. Plus, David had helped them kill the level 3 Zergs, so they wanted to repay him. Form a charging formation, the captain of the Knight shouted. Then, just as the Zerg wave was 500 meters away from the defensive line, the 18 Knight lined up in a row. The war horses under them began to trot. The war horses trotted for 5 meters and turned into a medium gallop. After another 10 meters, the war horses turned into a high-speed gallop. As there were no level 3 Zergs in front of them, all of them had been killed by David, the terrifying Sniper Master. Therefore, the 18 Knight felt very relaxed. Changed to a lance and charge. The captain of a Knight changed to a lance and ordered loudly. A lance was heavy, but it was especially suitable for charging. It was especially powerful when used against weak enemies with a large number of enemies. The 18 Knight increased their speed to the maximum. A white light danced on their bodies and connected them together. At a distance of 300 meters, the 18 Knight clashed with the vanguard of the Zerg wave. The battle formation formed by the Knight was like a razor, as it easily crushed the vanguard of the Zerg wave. These level 1 and level 2 Zergs couldn't fight back against the Knight, who had the strength of a level 3 Zerg. Not only were the Zerg's claws unable to break through the Knight's armor, They were also helpless against the warhorse's armor. The huge impact sent the Zergs flying. When the level 2 Zergs warhorses trampled over the Zergs on the ground, green Zerg blood splattered everywhere they went. Charge! Kill! The knights' faces were filled with excitement. Not all knights had the opportunity to come to Planet Warstar. Most of the knights who were transferred here this time were here for the first time. They were very excited about this kind of slaughter. Chapter 5:23. The 18 Knights charge was nothing compared to the entire insectoid horde, but it had the effect of disrupting the insectoid horde. In the area that the 18 Knights charged through, other than the insectoids that were hit and killed, the other insectoids nearby had targeted the Knights formation. The insectoid horde was originally heading in one direction, but because of this, a portion of the insectoids changed their direction. The insectoid horde was not that easy to change direction. This portion of the insectoids changed their direction and wanted to chase after the 18 Knight, but they ended up colliding with the insectoids in the other directions. The collision was not that serious, as the direction of the insectoid horde would not change. However, the 18 Knight continued to charge forward, causing more and more insectoids to change their direction and chase after them. Of course, there were still many insectoids that rushed toward the Kaji's formation. However, due to the chaos in the insectoid horde, the impact of the insectoid horde was greatly reduced. Prepare for the impact. The Augustine Transcendent roared. The Augustine Transcendence formation was made up of the Great Shield Kaji. They were already prepared for the impact. The bottom of their shields were firmly pressed against the ground, and their shoulders were behind the shields. The exoskeleton armor, the ground, and the shields formed a triangle. This stable structure maximized their defense. The Great Shield Kaji's exoskeleton armor was specially made. When in this defensive mode, the exoskeleton armor would directly apply all of its power to the ground. The entire exoskeleton armor was like a metal pillar. This was the only way for the Great Shield Kaji to withstand the impact of the insectoid horde. The Augustine Transcendent originally estimated that many Great Shield Kaji would be severely injured or even killed in the first impact of the insectoid horde. However, due to the 18 Knights charge, this situation was reduced. Spears in the front row. The Benton Transcendent also gave the order. Following the Benton Transcendent's order, the front row of Kaji spears fixed their spears between their shields. The ends of the spears were fixed to the ground. As long as they controlled the direction, the insectoid horde would automatically collide with the spears. These spears were made of level 3 materials and had a terrifying penetrating power against level 1 and level 2 insectoids. Finally, the insectoid horde came into contact with the Kaji's formation. Most of the insectoids collided with the shields, while the unlucky ones collided with the spears and were directly impaled. These unlucky insectoids also saw the spears in front of them, but it was almost impossible for them to change direction. Even if they did not want to, they could only be pushed to the front, to stab. The Benton Transcendence level 3 spears in his hand, to the insectoid horde, to the Kaji to his to Kaji. Kaji tus, to Kaji's is, to the kiss to Kaji's completed. Just as the first round of spear thrusts ended, the second round of spear thrusts came from behind. The first round of Kaji were basically all Kaji who had experienced at least a few battles. The second round of Kaji had many new recruits. This was a helpless move. This kind of battle would last for a very long time. No matter how strong the Kaji's stamina was, they would not be able to fight for a long time. The new recruits Kaji and the experienced Kaji needed to coordinate their usage. Fortunately, the Warstar military was already very experienced in this kind of arrangement and knew how to maximize the strength of these Kaji. Great Shield Kaji, Spear Kaji, and the other Kaji were all led by a Transcendent. The Transcendent could suppress any problems that might arise. Transcendent Garth led Warhammer Kaji, Greytax Kaji, and a small number of Longsword Kaji. Under the coordination of the battle formation, they continuously killed the injured insectoids on the ground. At the same time, They continuously cleaned up the corpses on the ground to prevent them from affecting the operation of the Kaji battle formation. Medic Kaji was also busy. As long as an injured Kaji appeared, they would immediately enter the battle formation and bring the injured Kaji out. Behind the defensive wall, hundreds of genetic repair cabins were lined up. As long as the insectoid's limbs were not broken, they would be able to enter the battlefield again after a short period of treatment. David could see more clearly through the shadow attendant in the air. In a short period of time, dozens of Kaji had fallen to the ground. This was the result of 18 Knights' charge. In addition, he had blocked all the level 3 insectoids 4,000 meters away. David could not imagine how much damage the other lines of defense had suffered. It must be known that every time a full-scale battle with the insectoids ended, a large number of Kaji would be sacrificed. He could not care about other places. He could only do his best to take care of the battlefield in front of him. Perhaps it was because David had continuously killed level 3 insectoids, but the insectoids in charge of commanding the insectoids here were not idiots. There had been no level 3 insectoids appearing for 10 seconds. David did not wait any longer. He did not care what the insectoids were planning. All he needed to do was to keep on sniping. He put the roaring sniper rifle aside and switched to the roaring sniper rifle. He then shifted his target to the level 2 insectoids in front of him. He began to snipe once every 0.1 seconds. Using the normal Kaji sniper rifle, David's sniping speed had reached the limit of the sniper rifle. First, the nearby Kaji noticed something unusual. Even in the chaotic battlefield, David's sniping style had caught the attention of the other Kaji snipers. There were 200 Kaji snipers on the battlefield. 100 of them were newly transferred. "Is this a sniper master?" A Kaji sniper who had just arrived asked softly. They could not imagine that the difference between a Kaji sniper and a sniper master would be so huge. The legendary sniper master did not have this kind of sniping ability. Even after some exaggerated propaganda, they had never had this kind of shooting speed. If they did not see the result of David's sniping, they would have thought that David was holding a rapid-fire assault rifle. Of course, the Kaji snipers also knew that this was impossible. Other than the sniper rifle used by the Kaji sniper, the only single hot weapon that could kill the insectoids was the sniper rifle. Don't be distracted. Snipe with all your strength, the captain of the Kaji sniper team said in a deep voice through the channel. The captain's voice woke up some of the Kaji snipers who were distracted. They began to snipe the insectoids again. Scanning detected a large number of flying insectoids. The voice of the Babington Transcendent appeared in the channel. Without the reminder of the Babington Transcendent, David also saw the scene in the distance through the shadow attendant. The flying insectoids that appeared this time could be said to be covering the sky and the sun. They were like a black cloud that was rushing towards them. When David saw this scene, there was a sense of powerlessness in his heart. No matter how fast his sniping speed was, it was impossible to kill so many flying insectoids. The flying insectoids were very fast. It did not take long for them to enter the distance of 3 kilometers. David was about to turn the sniper rifle's muzzle. Even if the effect was a little small, it could also share some of the pressure of the defense line against the air. "David, you focus on the insectoids on the ground. Don't worry about these flying insectoids." The Babington Transcendent had been paying attention to David's situation. It was because of David that the 4th Frontline base's defense line was so relaxed. So when he saw David's movement, he immediately stopped him. David did not ask why. He knew that the Babington Transcendent would not lie. He began to clean up the level 2 insectoids on the ground again. The top of the defensive wall opened, and hundreds of rapid-fire anti-air cannons appeared. The shadow attendant immediately observed the appearance of these rapid-fire anti-air cannons. David could not help but feel strange. Although the rapid-fire anti-air cannons had the function of anti-air, even if they used level 2 grade ammunition, with the attack power of the rapid-fire anti-air cannons, it would be difficult to cause too much damage to the flying insectoids. The rapid-fire anti-air cannons were a defensive weapon designed for the purpose of rapid firing. Their penetration power was insufficient. Even if they shot out level 2 grade ammunition, at most, they would only cause some minor injuries to the flying insectoids. This kind of injury was not much of a threat to the insectoids. The most important thing was that the rapid-fire anti-air cannon's firing speed was too fast. It required too much level 2 grade ammunition. Even if the military wanted to use this kind of weapon, it would be difficult to bear the long-term consumption. However, to David's surprise, the rapid-fire anti-air cannons did not shoot level 2 grade ammunition. They were not even grade 2 grade ammunition. Instead, they were warheads made of ordinary materials. In a short period of time, hundreds of rapid-fire anti-air cannons fired hundreds of thousands of warheads. These warheads flew towards the flying insectoids in the sky. When the warheads hit the flying insectoids, the warheads themselves were made of ordinary materials. As a result, the warheads directly exploded. The warheads did not cause any damage to the flying insectoids, but after the warheads exploded, the strange liquid in the warheads stuck to the flying insectoids' bodies. An iron wingbat bug was hit by several warheads. This kind of dense barrage was simply impossible to dodge in the air. The iron wingbat bug was surrounded by flying insectoids, so it could only take the warheads head-on. When the warheads hit the iron wingbat insect, it did not feel any pain. The warheads could not even break through its tough skin, let alone hurt it. Just when the iron wingbat insect wanted to continue flying, it suddenly realized that there was a problem with its wings. The sticky liquid made it very difficult to flap its wings. This was very troublesome for the flying iron wingbat insect. Once it could not flap its wings, it would lose its ability to fly. The iron wingbat bug wanted to shake its wings, but this action caused its wings to be stuck even more, and it fell down like a rock. When it fell, the iron wingbat insect saw a large number of its companions falling down like it. This was the special ammunition that the Federation used to deal with the flying insectoids. This type of non-lethal warhead had an extremely viscous liquid in it. This liquid was developed based on research on the arachnids. Although this liquid was produced in large quantities, it could only affect the flying insectoids for a short period of time. After the flying insectoids fell from the sky, they only needed to clean up for a period of time before they could fly again. However, when this type of special ammunition was used in this kind of war, the effect was huge. The Federation did not need to be stingy with this type of special ammunition. Compared to low-grade ammunition, this type of special ammunition was very cheap. That was why they used air defense rapid-fire cannons to fire it. The iron wingbat insect that fell from the sky was attacked by the swarm of insectoids before it landed on the ground. After it landed, it was trampled by the swarm of insectoids. It did not even have time to clean up the liquid on its body before it was trampled to death. This was the fate of most of the flying insectoids that fell from the sky. The Federation's special ammunition was too effective. A large number of flying insectoids fell from the sky. A sharp cry came from afar. The flying insectoids in the sky seemed to have received some kind of order. They turned around and flew back. However, during this period of time, the number of flying insectoids that were trampled to death on the ground was more than the number of insectoids that were killed by Kaji and the others on the ground. The 18 were still charging in the swarm of insectoids. They did not charge in the opposite direction. Instead, they turned around and charged in the direction they came from. They knew very well that in the swarm of insectoids, only within 5,000 meters of the defensive line was safe. Without the obstruction of the level 3 insectoids, they could charge freely. However, if they went beyond this distance and were blocked by the level 3 insectoids, they would lose the advantage of charging and would most likely be killed by the swarm of insectoids. Although the 18 were powerful, they still needed to keep charging in order to not be trapped by the swarm of insectoids. David had been multitasking. He worked with a shadow attendant to kill the level 2 insectoids every 0.1 seconds. On the other hand, he needed to observe the situation 5,000 meters away through the shadow attendant to find the level 3 insectoids. The 18 Knight charged back and forth along the defensive line at a distance of 500 meters. After that, they returned to Kaji's formation. Although the charging time of the 18 Knights was not long, their consumption was not small at all. In order to maintain the speed of the war horses, the Knights had to transfer the energy in their bodies to the war horses to support the consumption of the war horses. In the previous charge, the Knight needed to maintain the energy supply for the war horses. On the other hand, they also needed to attack the insectoids in front of them. They needed a rest. The Kaji's formation was derived from the Knight's formation in the great world of God. In addition to the alliance between the two worlds, the Knight's retreat into the Kaji's formation did not affect the operation of the Kaji's formation. The 18 Knight easily retreated from the Kaji's formation to the backup Kaji's formation. They quickly fed themselves and their war horses potions to recover their energy. We blocked it. Augustine Transcendent used a level 3 shield to knock away a level 2 insectoid that was charging at them. Seeing the current situation, he let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself. The 4 frontline base was only the first line of defense. There were other lines of defense behind them. However, if it was possible, Augustine Transcendent would not choose to retreat to the other lines of defense. The 4 frontline base had been defending this defensive line for decades and had never lost it. Augustine didn't want to lose it in his hands. Augustine Transcendent was extremely proud. They had used the Kaji's formation to block the insectoid wave. This was the most ideal situation they had analyzed before the battle. Chapter 5:24. David and the 200 snipers Kaji's sniping had greatly reduced the pressure on the defensive line. Although the number of level 2 Zergs was large, the number of level 2 Zergs that could rush to Kaji's battle formation was limited. In addition, there were 3 Transcendent in Kaji's battle formation. Without the interference of level 3 Zergs, the 3 Transcendent played a huge role. Transcendent Babington, who was sitting in the base headquarters, also wanted to go to the defensive line, but his role in the headquarters was also very important. Transcendent Babington looked at the video from the defensive line with the same pride on his face as Transcendent Augustine. He knew more about the battle situation than the people at the defensive line. More than half of the defensive lines had been broken, and the second defensive line had begun to be used. The defensive lines that had not been broken were also in imminent danger and could be lost at any time. In fact, the military had been prepared for this situation for a long time, so there were many defensive lines. As long as they could not support the defensive line, they could immediately retreat to the next defensive line. These additional defensive lines were heavily deployed to consume the Zerg tide through space. At the same time, the closer they were to the Federation's territory, the more effective the military fortifications that had been deployed there. Transcendent Babington heard that there were constant requests for reinforcements in the military channel. Several Transcendent rescue teams were not enough for distribution. He smiled faintly and wondered if he should change some of the previous battle plans. Originally, the 4th Frontline Base's battle plan was the same as the other bases, to consume the Zerg tide by retreating again and again, but they did not expect the Zerg tide to be resisted by them. In fact, it was not only Transcendent Babington who did not expect it. Almost everyone did not expect that David could really block the level 3 Zergs when the Zerg tide came. In the previous Zerg tide attacks, there were at most 3 level 3 Zergs at each time. In that case, David could kill all of them. Although it was amazing, it was not unimaginable. However, no one could guarantee the number of level 3 Zergs that would appear in this Zerg tide, so no one really believed that David could prevent the level 3 Zergs from participating in the attack on the defensive line. It was under this misjudgment that Babington Transcendent made the wrong plan. Order the self-propelled Gaussian artillery unit to move forward and enter the first line of defense. Transcendent Babington did not hesitate and issued the order through the channel. The Babington Transcendent didn't use the backup Kaji at the second and third lines of defense. They were the guarantee that the insect tide wouldn't break into the interior quickly, so they couldn't be used. However, the self-propelled Gaussian cannons could be used. 10,000 of them were enough to increase the offensive power of the first line of defense by a large margin. Following the order of the Babington Transcendent, 10,000 heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons were immediately activated and marched toward the defensive line. David put down the Roarer sniper rifle. The barrel of this sniper rifle was already red from long periods of high-speed sniping. If the barrel wasn't made of high-quality materials, it would have been scrapped long ago. However, even if it was made of high-grade materials, David had no choice but to stop sniping. David switched to the Roarer sniper rifle. Although its power increased, its firing speed immediately decreased. Second Lieutenant Mawson took the Roarer sniper rifle, took out a gun barrel from the box at the side, and quickly replaced it. David was surprised when he saw Lieutenant Mawson's actions. He didn't think that Lieutenant Mawson would be so considerate. It's a pity that I couldn't apply for the barrel of the roaring sniper rifle. I only applied for the barrel of the roaring sniper rifle. This time, I brought 5 barrels. It's enough for you to use. Second Lieutenant Mawson explained to David. David nodded. The Roarer sniper rifle was the sniper master's personal sniper rifle, and because the Roarer sniper rifle was rarely used on Warstar, the one he had was the only one, so it was understandable that it had very few accessories. Here you go, said Second Lieutenant Mawson as he handed the Roarer sniper rifle with a new barrel to David. David took the Roarer sniper rifle and the magazine that Lieutenant Harcourt had prepared for him before returning to sniping mode. Lieutenant Mawson looked at David and smiled. He wasn't very strong, and the contributions he could make on the battlefield were very limited, but he had a great advantage over the others. He was an intelligence officer and could analyze all kinds of information to make the best preparations. This logistics preparation for David was done after Lieutenant Mawson analyzed David's abilities and began making various preparations before David returned. As long as he could ensure David's fighting strength, he would have made a great contribution to this war. The insectoid tide had left far too many corpses in front of the defensive line. Some of the corpses near Kaji's formation were dragged away, while the rest were trampled to pieces by the insectoid tide. The entire battlefield, starting from Kaji's formation and extending for 5,000 meters towards the insectoids, was covered in green insectoid blood. There were insectoid corpses that were killed by David and Kaji's snipers. There were also insectoids that were killed by the Gaussian cannons. Of course, most of them were flying insectoids that were trampled to death after falling from the sky. Second team of Shield Kaji, forward. Transcendent Augustine ordered loudly. A row of large shield Kajis stood up from the reserve team with shields in their hands. They put down their masks one by one excitedly. It was finally their turn to fight. After seeing the battle in front of them, they were eager to give it a try. Up until now, the Kaji's formation had consumed a lot of Kajis, and the most direct ones were the large shield Kajis. The constant impact of the insectoid tide had injured these large shield Kajis, mostly from shock. As for the other Kajis, they had also experienced a long battle and were showing signs of fatigue. In a battle like this, of course, it was impossible to let the Kajis expend all their energy. The insectoid tide had yet to end, and this batch of Kajis had to be redeployed. The priority to replace Kajis were, of course, the large shield Kajis. The rest of the Kajis were very easy to replace. As long as there was a stable defense, the spear Kajis would not even interrupt the assassination process. The second team of large shield Kajis entered the formation and stood behind the first team of large shield Kajis. They placed the shields in their hands behind the first team of large shield Kajis back. First team, retreat. Transcendent Augustine ordered loudly as the spear Kaji's first round of assassination. Under the cover of the assassination, the first team of large shield Kajis withdrew their shields and retreated. A perfect rotation was completed, and the second team of large shield Kajis was quickly replaced by the first team of large shield Kajis. After only 20 seconds, the entire defense line of Kaji's formation was replaced by a group of energetic Kajis. The Kajis that left the Kaji's formation were immediately taken over by the staff. Food and medicine were distributed, and Kaji's medical staff began to examine the Kaji's body through the Kaji's exoskeleton armor and began to perform different treatments. Just when everything was going well, David saw 6 huge figures appear behind the insectoid tide through the eyes of the shadow attendant. It was 6 armor-piercing beetles. David's expression changed when he saw this. The defense of the armor-piercing beetles was not something that could be directly destroyed by the roaring sniper rifle in his hand. Only by attacking the vulnerable parts of the armor-piercing beetles would he be able to kill them. However, according to the Shadow Servant's observation, the 6 armor-piercing beetles were using the most conservative charging method. The armor-piercing beetles lowered their heads, exposing their backs and foreheads, which had the thickest defense. It was not the first time that David had come into contact with an armor-piercing beetle. Of course, he knew how strong the defense of the armor-piercing beetle was. Even if the roaring sniper rifle in his hand hit an armor-piercing beetle, it would not be able to break its shell, let alone injure it. The 18 Knight also sensed the appearance of many level 3 insectoids. They looked into the distance, and after a few seconds, they realized that none of the level 3 insectoids had been killed. The knight immediately understood what had happened. The level 3 insectoids with strong defense must have appeared. There were a few types of level 3 insectoids that even a sniper master could not break through. This was not surprising. It's finally our turn to be useful. I thought that we could only kill small insectoids. A knight said with a laugh. It's really boring to fight alongside Master David. Another knight said with a laugh. The successful defense line made these knight very happy. They also urgently needed to show their true value. Although they had charged once before, it was only to show their presence on the battlefield. Facing a group of level 1 and 2 insectoids was nothing to be proud of. David took over all the knight's work. This made the knight who had withdrawn from the battle could only watch the battlefield for a long time. The 18 Knight once again lined up in a row and entered Kaji's battle formation. As the war horses neighed, the knight completed the process of accelerating in Kaji's battle formation. As the war horses leapt up together, the 18 Knight rushed into the insectoid horde. The battle was in balance, but after the 18 Knight joined, there was a slight pause. The insectoid horde did not have time to replenish, so there was a temporary gap in front of Kaji's battle formation. David observed the movements of the 18 Knight through the shadow attendant while he continued to use the roaring sniper rifle to quickly kill level 2 insectoids. Since the shadow attendant could be 100 meters away from him, the souls of the dead insectoids in front of Kaji's battle formation could be absorbed by the shadow attendant. Therefore, the shadow attendant was very active at this time. It would appear in front of the battle formation from time to time and quickly return to the sky. Fortunately, the shadow attendant's movement was very fast. In addition, the shadow attendant seemed to have found a pattern. It did not immediately go over when there was an insectoid soul. Instead, it would wait for a certain period of time before flying down to collect an insectoid soul. Of course, some of the dead Kaji souls would also be absorbed by the shadow attendant. This was something that David could not control. The 18 Knight were very brave. When they charged into the insectoid horde, it was as if they were unstoppable. Relying on their senses towards level 3 insectoids, the knight charged in the direction of the 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles. The 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles obviously also noticed the 18 Knight and began to speed up. Previously, the 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles were surging along with the insectoid horde, so they were not charging at their best speed. Now that they accelerated, they immediately knocked away the insectoids in front of them. Some of the smaller insectoids that could not dodge in time were even trampled to death by the accelerated armor-piercing longhorn beetles. The 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles accelerated at full speed, while the 18 Knight maintained their charging speed. From the observation point of the shadow attendant in the sky, they could see that there were 2 tunnels filled with insectoid corpses in the middle of the insectoid horde. These 2 tunnels were about to connect. The 18 Knight had more numbers, but the armor-piercing longhorn beetles were bigger, so the effect was more or less the same. Change formation, the captain of the knight said in a deep voice. The captain of the knight could already see the 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles. After realizing that they were the armor-piercing longhorn beetles with terrifying defense, he immediately ordered the formation to change. The 18 Knight formed a conical formation with the captain in front and the rest of the knight behind. At the same time, a white light kept dancing on their bodies. The captain of the knight sensed the energy from the other knight. He had a long shield in his left hand and a rank 3 lance in his right hand. If he wanted to break through the defense of the armor-piercing longhorn beetles, a lighter weapon would not be able to do much. Most importantly, if he used a grade 3 heavy sword, he would be hit by the armor-piercing longhorn beetle before he could even attack it in a face-to-face battle. Sharpness, strength, armor. The captain of the knight continuously buffed himself with many equipment effects. The energy shared by the other knight dyed the long shield in his left hand into a shining white light shield. At the same time, the rank 3 lance in his right hand's sharpness effect intersected with the light of the knight's energy. The rank 3 lance's white light had an additional hint of coldness. In the sniper position, David stopped sniping and switched to the Rohrer sniper rifle. A super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet was loaded into the chamber. Finally, the conical formation formed by the 18 Knight and the 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles collided. Everyone on the battlefield felt the ground shake. The captain of the knight's beam shield blocked the sharp claws of the armor-piercing longhorn beetles. All the impact was shared by the 18 Knight through the formation. The flashing white light flashed on the 18 Knight's body. Under the knight's helmet, the knight's face turned abnormally red at the same time. However, no matter how strong the impact was, after being shared by the 18 Knight, the impact on each knight was still within their tolerance range. If it wasn't for the fact that they were charging in the middle of an insect tide, the 18 Knight could have used their speed to split up the 6 armor-piercing longhorn beetles instead of fighting them head-on. The captain of the knight's rank 3 lance in his right hand was buffed with sharpness. The tip of the lance pierced through the armor-piercing longhorn beetle's spine and severed its nerves. The armor-piercing longhorn beetle let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. The captain of the knight loosened his grip. Since they were charging, he had no choice but to let go of the rank 3 lance in order to maintain the momentum of the knight formation. Chapter 5:25. The 18 Knights formed a cone-shaped knight formation. The captain of the knight was the first to collide with an armor-piercing beetle. After that, the captain of the knight let go of the rank 3 lance on the beetle's back. Then, the captain of the knight led the 18 Knights and used the cone-shaped battle formation to charge the armor-piercing beetle that had lost its ability to move. This extremely powerful armor-piercing beetle was forcefully knocked away, and a gap was created in the formation formed by the 6 armor-piercing beetles. The cone-shaped battle formation was like an armor-piercing iron awl that pierced through the formation of the armor-piercing beetles. As the captain of the knight took the lead and charged past the armor-piercing beetle in front of him, the rest of the knights followed behind him. The 2 knights on the left and right of the second row held their rank 3 lance and cut open 2 wounds on the armor-piercing beetles that were close to them. Then, the knights on the left and right of the third row continued to expand their battle results. This time, not only did they add 2 more wounds on the armor-piercing beetles, but they also knocked them away. At the same time, David, who had been waiting for an opportunity, fired his roaring sniper rifle. When the armor-piercing beetles were attracted by the 18 Knights, the super-large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet shot into the wounded armor-piercing beetle on the left. After penetrating the wound, it went straight into the armor-piercing beetle's spine and broke its spine. The armor-piercing beetle let out a cry and was knocked away by the knight. After that, it fell to the ground and could no longer get up. The knight formation charged past 6 armor-piercing beetles, causing 2 armor-piercing beetles to fall to the ground and 1 armor-piercing beetle to be injured. Of course, one of the armor-piercing beetles was killed by David, and the 18 Knights knew this very well. The battle formation formed by 18 Knights was much more powerful than the battle formation formed by 6 Knights. They were able to gain the upper hand even when clashing with the strongest armor-piercing beetle of the level 3 insectoids. Although there were 3 times the number of knights in the knight formation compared to the knight formation, the defense of a single armored longhorn bull was stronger than that of a knight. It was the effect of the knight battle formation that could achieve such a result. After the cone-shaped battle formation formed by the 18 knight charged past the armor-piercing beetle, their speed also decreased a lot. They needed some time to speed up again. Otherwise, without speed, they wouldn't be able to exert the charging power of the battle formation. We have Lord David's help. Everyone, try your best to leave wounds on the vital parts of the armor-piercing longhorn beetle. The captain of the knight shouted as he sped up. Of course, the knight didn't have any objections. It was a good thing for someone to help them at this time. Although it looked easy, it was actually very dangerous. If the armor-piercing longhorn beetle was a little stronger and the captain of the knight didn't kill it in one hit, the 18 knight charge would have been blocked. The 18 knight who lost their charging power would be attacked by the insectoids from all directions. With the addition of the 6-level 3 armor-piercing beetles, the situation would be very dangerous. However, the most dangerous moment was over. The remaining 4 armor-piercing beetles were no longer a big threat to them. The 4 armor-piercing beetles were a little hesitant. They didn't know if they should chase after the 18 knight or continue to charge towards the defensive line. After thinking about the order of the insectoids, the 4 armor-piercing beetles didn't chase after the 18 knight. Instead, they continued to charge towards the defensive line and kept accelerating. They wanted to get rid of the 18 knight. At this time, David locked onto the injured armor-piercing beetle. He couldn't break through the defense of the armor-piercing beetle, but the injured part had lost the defense of the outer shell and exposed the relatively weaker parts inside. David shot again. This armor-piercing beetle was injured on the right side of the center of its back. There was no vital part under the long wound. However, he didn't want to waste this opportunity. With the recovery speed of the armor-piercing beetle, the wounds on its body would be mostly healed in a while. By then, he wouldn't be able to break through its defense even if he wanted to. This time, David chose to stagger the armor-piercing beetle's bones. He let the super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet avoid the hard bones and directly penetrate the muscles of the armor-piercing beetle's back and enter its internal organs. The armor-piercing beetle's strong back muscles reduced the penetration of the super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet by at least half. However, in front of the sniper bullet, only its weak internal organs were left. The rolling sniper bullet tore open a huge wound in the armor-piercing beetle's internal organs. Immediately after, the charging momentum of the armor-piercing beetle suddenly decreased. This kind of injury was a serious injury to a grade 3 insectoid, but it wasn't fatal. However, it still caused the armor-piercing beetle to fall behind. Under the leadership of the captain, the 18 knight activated the acceleration effect on their equipment. This allowed them to charge faster in the insectoid tide. The knight formation drew an arc in the air and continued to chase after the armor-piercing beetles. When the captain of the knight rushed past the armor-piercing beetle that was pierced by his grade 3 lance, he bent down and picked up the grade 3 lance. The first one they encountered was the heavily injured armor-piercing longhorn beetle that had been sniped by David. This armor-piercing longhorn beetle was already heavily injured, and its neck was swept by the knight captain's grade 3 lance. Of course, the knight captain's attack couldn't cut off the armor-piercing beetle's neck. It only left a deep wound on its neck, but it was still far from completely cutting it off. When the knight behind them rushed past the armor-piercing beetle, he also swept across the same spot. After passing by 4 knights, the armor-piercing beetle's head flew off. With the acceleration effect, the 18 knight speed was faster than the 3 armor-piercing beetles. A warhorse was also considered a transcendent creature. Although it was a transcendent creature created by the knight, it still had the transcendent ability of a transcendent creature, which was speed. The biggest use of a warhorse for a knight was to increase the speed of the knight. This allowed the knight to focus on increasing his defense and attack, without having to worry about speed. The 3 armor-piercing beetles also felt that the 18 knights behind them were getting closer and closer. They couldn't charge forward recklessly anymore. Otherwise, they would expose their backs to the 18 knights. Instinctively, the 3 armor-piercing beetles turn around. The other insectoids that couldn't stop in time bumped into them, but they were all sent flying. Changed to short lances. The captain of the knight commanded loudly. The 18 knights put away their grade 3 lance and changed to grade 3 short lances. Throw 3 rounds. The captain of the knight commanded again. The knights' formation changed. 5 knights formed a row with the captain, while the rest of the knights formed 2 rows behind them. When they were 30 meters away from the armor-piercing beetles, the 6 knights in the first row roared and threw 6 grade 3 short lances towards the 3 armor-piercing beetles. The 3 armor-piercing beetles lowered their heads and threw the carcasses in front of them towards the 6 grade 3 short lances. The 6 grade 3 short lances pierced through the carcasses. Although they consumed some kinetic energy, they still hit the armor-piercing beetles. The 6 grade 3 short lances pierced through the armor-piercing beetles' bodies and got stuck in their muscles. The 6 knights in the first row separated to the left and right, while the 6 knights in the second row continued to throw their grade 3 short lances. David's roaring sniper rifle was the first to fire. A super large caliber level 3 sniper bullet shot through the back door of an armor-piercing longhorn beetle that was exposed in front of him. This armor-piercing beetle had used all of its strength on defense, which made its shell harder. At the same time, its muscles could provide more resistance. However, after the sniper bullet entered the back door, the strength of the armored beetle dissipated under the intense pain from the back door. The armor-piercing longhorn beetle didn't have enough time to protect its vitals when it was attacked by the 2 grade 3 short spears. One of the grade 3 short spears pierced through the armor-piercing longhorn beetle's neck. The other one pierced through the eye of the armor-piercing beetle. With the momentum of the charge, the grade 3 short lances launched by the knight were extremely powerful. At the same time, the energy attached to the short lances increased their destructive power. The result of the second round surprised even the knight. The grade 3 short lances he threw directly pierced through the brain of the armor-piercing beetle, killing it instantly. The 6th knight in the second row separated to the left and right, and the third round of throwing began again. This time, there were only 2 targets left. One of the armor-piercing beetles was afraid that its back door would end up like its comrade. It wanted to turn around to protect its back door, but it was also worried about the grade 3 short lances in front of it. This caused it to lose focus. The grade 3 short lances pierced through the ear of the armor-piercing beetle and went straight into its brain. After 3 rounds of shooting, there was only 1 armor-piercing beetle left among the 18 knights' enemies. At this time, they had already rushed to the front of the last armor-piercing beetle. Without the command of the knight captain, each of the knights equipped themselves with a grade 3 lance. After the 18 grade 3 lances swept across the armor-piercing longhorn beetle, no matter how strong its defense was, it couldn't withstand it. Return. The knight captain didn't continue to fight. After killing their target, he immediately shouted. After passing through Kaji's battle formation and arriving at the safe zone, the 18 knight gave a knight salute to David's direction. Although David didn't show up, his role was very important. Without David's help, they wouldn't have been able to finish the battle so quickly. David saw the knight's actions, but he was in the sniper's position on the defensive wall, so he couldn't return the salute. He could only smile. Our reinforcements are here. Augustine Transcendent reported loudly after receiving the message from Babington Transcendent. The Kajis cried out in excitement. The battle was unexpectedly smooth, so their morale was high. Now that they heard about reinforcements, their confidence in resisting the insect tide was strengthened. 10,000 heavy, self-propelled Gaussian cannons approached the defensive line. This unit didn't need to enter the defensive line, so they began to prepare behind the defensive line. 8 fixing devices extended out from the heavy, self-propelled Gaussian cannons. The fixing devices extended to the ground and then popped out to lock the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons in place. The recoil of the Gaussian cannons was very strong. If the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons weren't locked to the ground, One round of shooting would cause the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons to deviate. Part of the defensive wall that affected the firing of the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons changed direction and opened up the attacking area. 10,000 heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons formed a huge rectangular area. Every heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons raised their barrels, and a huge energy wave reverberated in the area. Those who had never seen such a scene would never be able to imagine 10,000 heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons firing at the same time. As 10,000 loud sounds rang out almost simultaneously, everyone on the battlefield, including the insectoids, was shocked. In the area between 3,000 and 4,000 meters, it was as if the insect tide had been hit by a giant club. Almost none of the insectoids in this area survived. David was dumbfounded at the result of the 10,000 heavy, self-propelled Gaussian cannons. Shouldn't they have brought out such an attack earlier? If that was the case, they wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort. However, he didn't know that while the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons were very powerful, they had a natural weakness. First of all, the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons had a very low attack frequency. Each attack needed 30 seconds before the second attack could be launched. Secondly, the attack range of the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons was fixed. Once the area between 3,000 and 4,000 meters was fixed, it would be very troublesome to adjust it temporarily. At the same time, the closest attack range of the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons was 2,000 meters. In other words, the insectoids would no longer be threatened by the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons when they were 2,000 meters away. The last and most important point was that the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons had no defense. With 10,000 heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons together, as long as one insectoid entered, it would be a nightmare. The reason why the Babington Transcendent sent out the heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons was because they had successfully blocked the insect tide and prevented the level 3 insectoid from getting close to the defensive line. The heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons were no threat to the level 3 insectoids, and the level 3 and 4 insectoids were the biggest threats in the insect tide. David did not stop sniping, and the Kaji below became even more excited. The pressure on them decreased, and it made them feel more relaxed. 30 seconds later, the second salvo began, and the insect tide was once again separated by 1,000 meters. The battlefield had turned into a meat grinder for the insectoid tide. Countless insectoids were being killed every second, and David's Howler sniper rifle had already been replaced by 3 barrels. However, the 3 Transcendent and the 18 Knight were not as excited as the Kaji. They knew that there would definitely be level 4 insectoids in this battle. It would be a true victory if they could successfully stop the level 4 insectoids. As long as the level 4 insectoids were defeated, the war on this battlefield would end. Chapter 5:26. The reason why an all-out war with the insectoids was so scary was because it was a war that targeted every single defense line at the same time. Whether it was in terms of scope or scale, it was a hellish war. Every all-out war required the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God to constantly deplete the insectoid strength. During this process, a large number of combatants from both the Great World of God and the Interstellar Federation would die. At the end of every all-out war, most of the military's black warships would be dispatched to deliver the message of death to all parts of the Federation. At that time, black warships could be seen everywhere in space. A large number of warships were painted black to complete this huge task. The 4th Frontline Base's defense line was still lucky so far. On one hand, David was there. David and the 18 Knights of the Great World of God kept the level 3 insectoids outside the defense line, not allowing the level 3 insectoids to cause any harm to the defense line. On the other hand, it was also because of David. David's relationship with the Great World of God made the Knights of the Great World of God extremely respectful of David. This also made the Knights very active in combat, which greatly reduced the pressure on the Kaji of the Federation. Of course, under the command of the three Transcendent, this batch of Kaji also exploded with extraordinary combat power. From the beginning of the war until now, they did not let the defense line fall for even a second. The battle that started in the morning lasted until the afternoon. Even though the defense line had been rotated many times, the Kaji were now full of fatigue. David was also tired. The continuous sniping was not only because of the sniper rifle, but also because of the excessive consumption of his powerful spirit, which made him faintly dizzy. However, he did not rest for a moment. As long as he kept sniping, he could reduce the casualties of the Kaji. The Transcendent of Babington looked at the projection in front of him, which showed the current situation of the war. Among all the defense lines, only the 4th frontline base's defense line was still holding. The rest of the defense lines had been broken, and the insectoid tide was advancing. The war had entered a state of attrition, and the reserve forces had built 6 lines of defense. Each line of defense was defended by a large number of Kaji and Gaussian cannons. The purpose of these defensive lines was to protect the retreating troops, allowing them to receive treatment and recovery at the next defensive line so that they could participate in the defensive battle. Through the lines of defense, the number of the insect horde was depleted. The extended battle line gave the exhausted Kaji soldiers time to rest. A large number of reserve troops and military facilities were constantly dealing damage to the insect horde. Transcendent Babington was very worried about the flank of the 4th frontline base. He was always paying attention to the latest battle situation. As long as the insect tide on both sides changed direction, he would let the 4th frontline base retreat. Of course, it was rare for the bug horde to change directions. As soon as the bug horde began, the level 1 and 2 bugs would go crazy and only charge forward. It was almost impossible to command them to change directions. However, Transcendent Babington did not dare to be careless. His decision was related to the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Transcendent Babington saw a video on the projection. It was the 4th line of defense adjacent to the 3rd frontline base. 20 defensive walls had self-destructed at the same time, and the huge explosion blocked the insect horde. In fact, the power of this kind of explosion was limited. The damage to the bugs was not high. Only the level 1 bugs that were too close to the defensive walls would be fatally injured. Most of the bugs would only be affected by the explosion and temporarily stop their charge. The 3rd frontline base that had been rebuilt was not strong. Although some veterans were transferred from other bases, most of them were made up of new recruits. Under the cover of the explosion, the combatants of the 3rd frontline base retreated to the 5th line of defense, which was the defensive line organized by the military. In the sky, a fleet of hundreds of small warships began to attack the insect horde on the ground. Due to the extended battle line, the bug horde could not accurately command the other bugs, especially when they were attacked by the fleet. They could not quickly organize the flying bugs to attack from the rear. When the flying bugs arrived, the fleet had already covered the retreat of the combatants. The flying bugs would be attacked by the special sticky ammunition of the 5th line of defense, suffering a devastating blow. Transcendent Babington shook his head. There were only 2 lines of defense left in the 3rd frontline base. Once they were lost, they would need to send the reserve army of the military into the war. It was recorded in history that in order to resist the insect horde several times, even the military personnel who could fight had participated in the war. After a war, the Warstar military lost more than half of its senior officers. Transcendent Babington looked at the time. There was still more than an hour before nightfall. If the insect horde could not be dealt with before nightfall, the night would bring more trouble. He also did not understand why the bug horde did not engage in a full-scale war at night. Every full-scale war would start in the morning until nightfall, when no more bugs would join the insect horde. Just as Transcendent Babington was worried, he saw a formation of 60 knights in front of the 5th line of defense of the 3rd frontline base. They were attacking the insect horde. The Transcendent Babington let out a long sigh of relief. The Knight Regiment of the Great World of God is on the move. The Knight Regiment was the backbone of the Great World of God. As long as the 60 knights did not encounter a level 4 bug horde, sweeping the battlefield would not be a problem. The great world of God was also prepared for level 4 bugs. In every line of defense, there was a strong existence that could delay level 4 bugs. Their mission was to cooperate with the other knights to delay level 4 bugs until the end of the war. There were not many strong people who could kill level 4 bugs, especially in this kind of war. A large number of strong people were separated and could not be gathered to encircle level 4 bugs. The Transcendent Babington saw the alert from the scanner and immediately reminded through the channel. A level 4 bug horde has appeared. David saw the huge black figure through the shadow attendant. It was a Titan black beetle. The Titan black beetle was an ordinary level 4 insectoid. Aside from its powerful defense and attack, it didn't have any special abilities. Therefore, the threat of the Titan black beetle wasn't that great. Of course, this so-called not a big threat was relatively speaking. If there were no strong people arranged by the great world of God, the Titan black beetle would have broken through the entire line of defense in an instant. At present, on the battlefield, except for the 18 knights, no one could stop the Titan black beetle. The Titan black beetle in a state of total war was a little different from the normal Titan black beetle. Normally, when the Titan black beetle entered the line of defense, it had to be careful of being surrounded and killed by the strong people of the great world of God. Therefore, even if the level 4 bugs were close to the line of defense, they would not dare to stay for long. This was also the reason why only 6 knights were needed to expel the Titan black beetle. When the Titan black beetle appeared, the Cade Knight in the great world of God rushed out on a majestic warhorse. The 18 knights also changed their direction and joined the Cade Knight. Something's not right. David saw that the Titan black beetle did not move towards the knight's battle formation. Instead, it was still rushing toward the line of defense. According to the records of Total War that David had read, the level 4 bugs would not attack the line of defense before defeating the knight of the great world of God. This was somewhat similar to the Cade Knight, who had been staying in the battle fortress and had not participated in the previous battle. Before both sides reached a conclusion, they would not attack the other side's remaining forces first. Of course, if the Cade Knight did not appear on this side, the Titan black beetle would naturally crush the line of defense and kill everyone. David's spirit was very high. He could feel the Titan black beetle's malice towards him through space. The Titan black beetle's target is me. David was shocked. He immediately put away his sniper rifle and ordered 2nd Lieutenant Mawson and the rest of the Kaji, "You guys stay here." Without waiting for 2nd Lieutenant Mawson to respond, David directly jumped out of the sniper's hole. Since the Titan black beetle's target was him, he naturally would not stay here and wait for the Titan black beetle to come over. That would allow the Titan black beetle to break through the entire line of defense, and who knew how many of his compatriots here would die. When David flew out of the line of defense wall, he immediately felt the Titan black beetle's gaze lock onto him. At this moment, he was 100% sure that the Titan black beetle was here to find him. The Titan black beetle did not take the initiative to fight the Cade Knight's battle formation led by the knight. Even if the Cade Knight wanted to go forward to block it, it would be very difficult for him to keep up with the Titan black beetle's speed. David's observation of the battle situation was clearer than anyone else's. The shadow attendant above his head could find the best escape direction for him. He saw the familiar Cade Knight. He did not know why the Cade Knight appeared here, but he knew that the Cade Knight's combat strength was very strong. Leading 18 knights to deal with the Titan black beetle would not be a problem. David found the Cade Knight's location. At the same time, he also calculated the Titan black beetle's speed and found the most reasonable route to meet up with the Cade Knight first. As long as he met up with the Cade Knight, he would be in a safe range. The short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor let out a roar. This was the sound of the engine at maximum speed. He also activated his extreme speed, wanting to reach an even higher speed. This Titan black beetle wants to assassinate Mr. David. The Cade Knight also realized that something was wrong. He was sent here to protect David. The Cade Knight knew a bit about the conflict between David and the rank 5 half-body Spider Queen. Baron Du Bois had told him about it before he came here. It was because he knew David that he was sent here. Baron Du Bois had long since discovered the rank 5 half-body spider queen's hatred for David. Being targeted by a rank 5 half-body spider queen, especially one that held grudges, was definitely not a good thing. Normally, Baron Du Bois would not have to worry. If the half-body spider queen came, there would naturally be experts to deal with it. It wasn't impossible for several experts to make it stay. But during an all-out war, the half-body spider queen might have powerful insectoids target David, and Baron Du Bois had to guard against such a situation. Baron Du Bois was clear about David's true strength. As long as it wasn't a rank 4 half-body spider queen, David wouldn't have a problem protecting himself. Therefore, the Cade Knight came here to help David resist the rank 4 half-body spider queen. The Cade Knight urged his warhorse and led the 18 knights to meet David. This level 4 Zerg, the Titan Black Beetle, is looking for me. I'm leaving the defensive line first, David reported in the channel. Leaving one's post and becoming a deserter in the middle of a war wasn't a small matter. If you're caught, being court-martialed would be a light punishment. David, you have to be careful. I agree. The Babington Transcendent responded almost without thinking. The Babington Transcendent knew that David wouldn't lie. There was no need to lie about this kind of thing. Just by looking at the Titan Black Beetle staring at David and following his movements, the Babington David understood that what David said was true. David obtained the authorization of the Babington Transcendent, and his heart was set. He had no choice but to leave his sniping position before. Now that he had the time, he would immediately report. Only with authorization would it be legal to act. Don't look at David's previous brilliant achievements. As long as he escaped from the battlefield without authorization, the lightest consequence would be imprisonment. It was even possible that he would be executed directly. Cade Knight, many thanks. David's previous analysis didn't count as the Cade Knight taking the initiative to come over. Now that the Cade Knight took the initiative to greet him, he quickly met up with the Cade Knight. Mr. David, it seems that the half-body spider queen is still very stingy. The Cade Knight also felt relieved and said with a laugh. David couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. If it wasn't a last resort, he wouldn't want to become enemies with a level 5 Zerg. He couldn't even deal with a level 4 Zerg, let alone a level 5 Zerg. The Titan Black Beetle rushed over with a roar. The Cade Knight didn't hesitate. He waved the heavy sword in his hand, and the 18 knights scattered in an instant. The Cade Knight slashed out with his heavy sword. The Titan Black Beetle wanted to attack David, but David had already retreated behind the Cade Knight. If the Titan Black Beetle wanted to attack him, it had to go through the Cade Knight. The Cade Knight was also very angry. This Titan Black Beetle obviously didn't put him in its eyes. It still dared to be distracted at a time like this. The heavy sword in his hand clashed with the Titan Black Beetle's forelimb. He and the warhorse beneath him could not help but take a few steps back. The Titan Black Beetle's body swayed slightly, but it managed to stop its charge. It was also at this moment that the 18 knights who were scattered in the surroundings gathered around the Titan Black Beetle and surrounded it. Due to the appearance of the Titan Black Beetle, no Zerg dared to come close. The might of a level 4 Zerg made the Zerg within 500 meters circle around it. There was only the Cade Knight and the 18 knights in the battle formation, and the Titan Black Beetle surrounded by the battle formation. If it wasn't for David, the Titan Black Beetle wouldn't have been so careless as to be surrounded by the Knights' battle formation. This Titan Black Beetle only wanted to complete the task given by the half-body Spider Queen. Chapter 5:27. David carefully distanced himself from the Titan Black Beetle. Although the Titan Black Beetle was surrounded by the Knights' formation, it would still be dangerous if he got too close. Level 4 insectoids were very scary. The Titan Black Beetle wasn't a particularly strong level 4 insectoid, but even so, the Cade Knight and his 18 knights couldn't end the battle quickly. Wounds would appear on the Titan Black Beetle's body from time to time, but its strong recovery ability would heal the wounds in just a few breaths. The Cade Knight wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't guarantee that he would be able to kill the insectoid in one shot. That would require him to continuously consume the life force of the Titan black beetle. This time, he had successfully surrounded the Titan black beetle in the Knight's formation. He was already very satisfied. As long as he had some time, the Titan black beetle would die without a doubt. David didn't return to his sniping position. Currently, the impact of the insectoid wave had slowed down. The 10,000 Gaussian cannons were a huge blow to the insectoid wave. As long as there were no level 3 insectoids, David wasn't going to participate in the battle anymore. Since he knew that the level 5 insectoid half-body spider queen wanted to attack him, he wouldn't risk his life. David knew that in the entire battlefield, standing next to the knight was the safest. Other places were useless against level 4 insectoids. He looked at the battle on the side. The knight's formation had many variations and the strength of the Titan black beetle. At such a close distance, it was an eye-opener for him. From what he could see, the Cade Knight's strength was probably just barely able to resist the level 4 Titan black beetle. His true strength was slightly weaker than the Titan black beetle. However, with the formation of 18 knights, the Cade Knight was clearly suppressing the Titan black beetle. Although David was watching the battle in front of him, the shadow attendant had been carefully observing the situation in the sky. The shadow attendant saw a small Zerg. The reason why David paid attention to this Zerg was that it had broken away from the Zerg swarm and was rushing towards them. This insectoid was very skinny. Or rather, it wasn't skinny. Instead, it had a naturally slender body. It was only about 5 meters tall. An insectoid of this height and slender body would definitely not be taken seriously on the battlefield. This was because the combat strength of most insectoids was directly proportional to their size. The larger the insectoid, the more powerful its combat strength would be. The insectoid's body looked like a praying mantis. However, the praying mantis had a pair of blade-like forelimbs that were retracted into its forelimbs, making it look extremely harmless. What caught David's attention was the fact that the mantis had escaped from the bug horde. The bug horde had a special emotional impact on the weak insectoids, which would cause them to lose what little rationality they had. Even a rank 2 insectoid would only follow the bug horde and charge forward in a straight line. There were only 2 outcomes. One was to kill all the enemies in front of them, and the other was to be killed by the enemies. Otherwise, they would not stop. However, this mantis was very strange. It had actually broken away from the bug horde and was approaching the lone battlefield. One must know that the Titan black beetle's aura was extremely terrifying. Normal insectoids would not dare to approach this area. Even with David standing on the side, no insectoid dared to approach. However, this mantis dared to approach. Although its speed was only that of a normal rank 1 insectoid, it did not seem to be a threat at all. Even with David's perception, he could not sense any threat from it. David had to be prepared for anything strange. He immediately activated extreme speed and vitality enhancement. At the same time, he took out a rank 3 shield and held it in his left hand. This rank 3 shield had a finger imprint on it. It was caused by a rank 5 insectoid, the half-body spider queen, through a wormhole. Just when David took out the rank 3 shield, the mantis clearly had a trace of spirit fluctuation. David's sensitive mind instantly sensed a powerful aura that was trying its best to hide. He was shocked and immediately realized that this praying mantis was not as simple as it seemed. Of course, this mantis was not simple. It was an assassin mantis, an extremely rare species among the insectoids. The assassin mantis were all specially bred by rank 5 insectoids to help them do some special things. The assassin mantis was a midget selected from a type of level 2 arachnid called the ghost mantis. This was also a genetic mutation. The originally 3-meter-tall ghost mantis with a slender body had mutated into a 5-meter-tall species with a slender body. The ghost mantis was born with the ability to hide their aura. This ability was also retained by the assassin mantis. This assassin mantis was raised by the level 5 arachnid half-body spider queen. It wasn't easy to find a dwarf from the ghost mantis race. After so many years, the half-body spider queen had only found a single ghost mantis. With a large supply of resources and some secret techniques that would cause great damage to the Zerg race, this assassin mantis was barely able to reach level 4. A rank 4 insectoid that was only 5 meters long and could hide its aura. As long as it could get close to an enemy, even a rank 4 insectoid would be assassinated. Of course, the half-body Spider Queen's goal was not to assassinate a rank 4 insectoid. Instead, it was to breed an assassin mantis that could assassinate a rank 5 insectoid. Of course, this did not require the assassin mantis to reach rank 5. It only needed to continuously use precious materials to strengthen the blade of the assassin mantis. Among the insectoids, the mantis race had a stronger attack power than other insectoids of the same rank. Its thin and sharp blade could easily break through the defenses of other insectoids of the same rank. The weakness of the mantis race was also very obvious. While they had a stronger attack power, they also lost the defenses of other insectoids of the same rank. Their slender bodies could swing out faster blades, but they could not block attacks of the same rank. However, as an assassin, the mantis race was definitely the most suitable. The half-body Spider Queen wanted to breed an assassin that could assassinate rank 5 insectoids. If it wasn't for the great hatred she had for David, the half-body Spider Queen would not have sent out this assassin mantis as a secret weapon. When the assassin mantis saw the fingerprint on David's rank 3 shield, it felt the aura left behind by its owner. This was why it could not hide its aura and made David vigilant. However, the assassin mantis quickly recovered. It leaked very little of its aura, so the Knight and Titan Black Beetle did not notice anything amiss. The mouth under David's helmet opened, and a high-frequency sound wave was emitted, attacking the assassin mantis. David's figure quickly retreated. His actions also made the Knight of Cade realize that something was wrong. The Knight of Cade took the time to look at David and saw a short mantis rushing towards David. The Knight of Cade wanted to help, but the Titan Black Beetle went berserk. It did not care about its own defense and sent out a few powerful attacks, forcing the Knight of Cade to deal with it with all his strength. David's high-frequency sound wave did not have any effect. The power of the high-frequency sound wave was barely enough to deal with a rank 3 insectoid. It was even more useless against a rank 4 insectoid assassin mantis. The assassin mantis realized that it was exposed and did not hide anymore. Its speed suddenly increased, and a tearing sound came from the air as it rushed towards David. Run! David did not have any thoughts at this time. The shadow attendant above could see clearly that the Knight of Cade was entangled by the Titan Black Beetle and could not help him. The only thing he could do was to save himself. David ran away at full speed. He did not dare to go back to Kaji's battle formation. He did not even dare to approach the defensive line. Since the Zerg was able to ignore his high-frequency sound wave talent, he was sure that this short mantis must be a level 4. What kind of concept was a rank 4 insectoid? It was something that only Baron Du Bois could deal with alone. David did not have the slightest chance of facing such an existence head-on. Even a Knight of Cade would need the help of other knights to deal with a rank 4 insectoid. Of course, David was not completely helpless. If he summoned the Sonic Iron Beetle, he would be able to fight the Assassin Mantis. However, summoning the Sonic Iron Beetle here was basically telling the military that he had turned a rank 4 insectoid into a puppet. David did not need to think too much about the consequences. He would definitely become a research subject for the military. No matter how much wealth he had, how great his reputation was, and how much he had the Knight of the Nation medal, all of these were useless in front of the Real Federation. If David wanted to be locked up in the Research Institute and become a research subject, he could summon the Sonic Iron Beetle. However, he did not dare to do so. David had just run 100 meters when he felt the wind behind him. He felt bitter. A rank 4 insectoid was much faster than him. His danger sense told him that there was a fatal danger behind him. He immediately pulled out the space energy from the Transcendent Stiletto and activated the Space Dash. His body disappeared from a spot. The offensive innate ability, Space Dash, was used by him to escape. This was the first time David used the space dash in a real battle. It was completely different from what he had imagined. However, he did not care about it at this moment. David activated the space dash. His space dash could only move him 10 meters forward. To the rank 4 insectoid assassin mantis, these 10 meters did not make much of a difference. However, David did not use the space dash towards the ground. Instead, he used the space dash towards the ground. It was important to note that the space dash was not his only talent. When he used the space dash talent, he also activated the underground sneaking talent. The effect of using two talents at the same time was that David's body disappeared from the battlefield. The assassin mantis was stunned for a moment. Then, it began to search the area. This was the edge of the insectoid swarm. Some insectoids rushed over. The assassin mantis suddenly revealed its aura completely. The insectoids, crazed, was instantly awakened. They immediately turned around and left this area. The Nightcade scanned this area with his spirit. He realized that David had mysteriously disappeared. He could not help but feel relieved. As long as David's life was not in danger, he could focus on the battle with the Titan Black Beetle again. David, who was underground, used the shadow attendant on top of his head to check the assassin mantis's movements. After searching for a while, the assassin mantis did not find David. It did not even sense David's aura. It quickly changed its method and hid its own aura again. After that, the insectoids around him were no longer suppressed by the rank for insectoid's aura. The area above David's head was once again covered by the insectoids. The assassin mantis shrunk its body and lowered its body to hide in the insectoid swarm. It did not believe that any creature could completely disappear in an instant. Even its master could not do that. If David could do that, there would be no need for him to escape. Therefore, the assassin mantis decided to stay here and wait for David to appear. David, who was underground, used the shadow attendant to look at the assassin mantis's figure. The assassin mantis did not expect that its concealment was so obvious in David's eyes. If David did nothing and just stayed here, waiting for the Nightcade to finish his battle and come back to support him, that would be the safest choice. However, when David thought of a rank 4 insectoid assassin mantis with the ability to hide targeting him, he felt a chill down his spine. The assassin mantis's ability allowed it to enter David's safe zone at any time. Normally, without the Nightcade by his side, he could be assassinated by the assassin mantis at any time. As someone who often used assassinations to deal with enemies, David knew that there was no such thing as being a thief for 1,000 days. For his safety in the future, he decided to take the risk. Of course, if he was not confident, he would not dare to take the risk. David summoned the shadow servant to the ground, and the shadow servant took out a class 5 axe blade from its interspatial ring. It then attached the class 5 axe blade to the class 3 heavy axe, sharp heavy axe. As the shadow attendant returned to the sky, it became David's eyes in the air. David sneaked under the assassin mantis's body. When he was 30 centimeters away from the assassin mantis, he stopped. At this distance, he activated the Spirit Slayer heavy axe technique and locked onto the assassin mantis's body with a thread of the will. Because of the sniper master's ability to hide his presence, the assassin mantis did not notice David's actions. Instead, it maintained a crouching position on the ground. The assassin mantis's position could hide its body and not be affected by the insectoid tide. It could also sense any abnormalities outside the insectoid tide through the vibration of the ground to prevent David from suddenly appearing. Chapter 528. David calculated the duration of his underground move. When he arrived below the assassin mantis, he still had 5 seconds of underground move time. Actually, these 5 seconds were enough for him to launch an attack, but he did not do so. From the observation of a shadow attendant in the sky, it could be seen that the assassin mantis was very alert. Although it was lying on the ground, its body was ready to explode at any time. If David launched a surprise attack at this time, it was very likely that he would be attacked by the assassin mantis. David gave up this opportunity. The underground move ability's duration had passed, but he still did not move. He was trapped underground just like that. In fact, with 30 centimeters of ground, he could attack at any time. Of course, such an attack would first trigger 30 centimeters of ground before attacking the assassin mantis. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not do this. Time slowly passed, and the killing on the battlefield continued. There were already 3 level 3 insectoids on the battlefield. The 3 Transcendent led the Kaji to fight the level 3 insectoids, so there would not be any trouble for a while. Up until now, every Kaji participating in the battle, regardless of whether they were veterans or rookies, had already gotten used to life and death battles. They launched attacks without any regard for their own safety, leaving wounds on the level 3 insectoids. They were not scared by the level 3 insectoids at all. On the other side, the battle between the Cade Knight and the Titan Black Beetle was nearing its end. The Titan Black Beetle had been continuously injured and recovering for a long time. The 18 Knights had used the sharpness effect on the Titan Black Beetle's body. The wounds on the Titan Black Beetle's body had not healed for a long time. For the level 4 Titan Black Beetle, this meant that its life force had been greatly depleted. The following injuries would greatly reduce its life force. Of course, the 18 Knights had also paid a price. The 5 Knights had now retreated to the side. If it were not for the life force sharing of the Warhorse and the Knight formation sharing the damage, the 5 Knights would have suffered more than just serious injuries. Defeating the Titan Black Beetle and wanting to kill it were 2 different things. The Titan Black Beetle was extremely terrifying when it went all out. Through the shadow attendant, David could clearly see that the Knight would surround and kill the Titan Black Beetle in 2 minutes. David wasn't the only one who noticed this. The assassin mantis, who was still lying on the ground, noticed this as well. The assassin mantis was a little hesitant. It had accepted the assassination order, so it had to complete the mission. However, if it continued to wait here, the moment the Titan Black Beetle died, the Knight would come over. The shadow attendant noticed Mantis Assassin's hesitation, and it was at that moment that the 5-minute cooldown for underground move ended. David didn't wait any longer. He activated Extreme Speed, Vitality Enhancement, Strength Shock, Strength Enhancement, Strength Overlap, and Poison Engraving on his sharp axe. He didn't know if the level 4 poison pattern would work on the level 4 Assassin Mantis Assassin, but it was one of his strongest moves. He used all of them. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the level 5 axe, so he decided to use the Charge Strike. Once he unleashed the power-storing strike, he would lose all of his combat power. This was the last attack he would use to cut off his means of retreat. Facing the level 4 Assassin Mantis Assassin, David would use his most powerful attack. He didn't even care if it would work. He even activated the Spirit Pierce. The spirit arrow that had been nurtured for a long time was guided out by him and was ready to be fired. The underground move was activated. As David's body moved, the soil and stones around him automatically separated. David's spirit thread locked onto the Assassin Mantis Assassin again. He tried his best to focus all of his strength into the sharp heavy axe in his hand. The moment before he launched the attack, he activated the acceleration effect on the level 5 axe. David's heart was calm. It was the first time he swung his heavy axe against a level 4 insectoid, but he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he was very focused. It was like a volcano eruption. Before the eruption, there wasn't any movement, but once it happened, it would be earth-shattering. David's attack wasn't that exaggerated, but if anyone knew how much of his innate ability he had used, it would be even more exaggerated than an earth-shattering attack. When he was underground, he swung his sharp, heavy axe, and the soil and stones underground automatically separated. The spirit thread doubled the attack speed of a sharp, heavy axe, and the extreme speed and acceleration increased the attack speed again. At a distance of 30 centimeters, this kind of speed was almost nothing. The attack itself was soundless. Even the sound of the slash breaking through the air was isolated due to the underground move. When the attack came out of the ground, it had already reached the Assassin Mantis. The target of David's attack was created through the observation of the Shadow Servant and the mental thread generated by the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. The target of his attack was the assassin's heart. Because it was close to the ground, the assassin mantis assassin probably thought that the ground was the safest. David also wanted to attack the assassin mantis assassin's head, but the assassin mantis assassin's head was always facing up. If David wanted to attack, he would have to increase the attack range of the sharp heavy axe. David had his own considerations. The level 5 axe must not be exposed. This was a must. Although this was a battlefield, and almost no one would notice the ground in the middle of the Zerg tide, if David increased the attack range, the level 5 axe's gold color would be exposed, and it would be very likely for others to notice. Because the level 5 axe's gold color was too easy to notice. This kind of gold color would attract the attention of any creature. It was an instinctive feeling towards level 5 materials. The sharp heavy axe cut into the assassin mantis assassin's chest, and almost without any resistance, the heart was cut in half. David overestimated the assassin mantis assassin's defense. In fact, the assassin mantis assassin's defense was the weakest among the level 4 Zergs. The assassin mantis assassin's posture after its heart was attacked, and if it wanted to counterattack, it would need to raise its body and then attack with its blade. The shadow attendant had been waiting by the side. When David's attack ended and his body became extremely weak, the shadow attendant put away its level 5 axe. The only thing David could do was to use his level 3 shield to protect himself. The assassin mantis raised its body. Even if its heart was fatally injured, it could still deliver the final blow with the vitality of a level 4 insectoid. But when the assassin mantis tried to do so, David activated Force Shock and Force Overlap. Most importantly, the level 4 poison was directly used on the assassin mantis heart. All of these made the assassin mantis body that had just lifted up go limp again and fall to the ground. Having lost the chance to land the final blow, the assassin mantis's life force was also drained away. Once its heart was cut open, its life force immediately dissipated. David injected a bottle of eternal holy water into his body. The feeling of weakness in his body quickly disappeared. He sensed that the shadow attendant had absorbed a powerful soul and felt comfortable. The worry in his heart also disappeared. This level 4 insectoid had died by his hand. He had actually assassinated a level 4 insectoid. After the excitement, David could not help but feel a lingering fear. This was a level 4 insectoid. The level 3 shield in front of him could not withstand a single blow from a level 4 insectoid. The same could be said of the exoskeleton armor on his body. David shook his head hard. The battle was already over, but he started to worry. He had used too many of his abilities this time. This level 4 insectoid's body could not be exposed. With a thought, the shadow attendant put the assassin mantis body into the dimensional bracer on David's wrist. Fortunately, the assassin mantis body was not big. It was 5 meters tall and extremely thin. Otherwise, even a level 3 insectoid would not be able to be put into a dimensional bracer, let alone a level 4 insectoid's body. After doing all this, David did not immediately leave the ground. He controlled the shadow attendant to fly into the sky and observe the situation around him. He realized that what happened just now did not attract anyone's attention. No one had noticed that a level 4 insectoid had just died here. The battle on the Cade Knight side was about to end. The Cade Knight was continuously attacking the Titan Black Beetle. After this round of attacks, the Titan Black Beetle would not be able to survive. When the eternal holy water took effect, David's strength was fully recovered. He suddenly rushed out from the ground and waved the sharp, heavy axe in his hand towards the 3 Transcendent. David's way of fighting was very simple. He first used his high-frequency sound wave ability to send out a high-frequency sound wave that affected all the insectoids within 100 meters of him. The level 1 insectoids immediately lost their ability to move, while the level 2 insectoids were temporarily stunned. David waved his sharp, heavy axe and killed his way forward. He did not even need to think about his fighting skills. All he needed to do was to use his sharp, heavy axe. "Augustine, I'm coming to help you." Using this method of movement, David quickly arrived at Augustine's side and shouted loudly, "Haha, I knew you would be fine. Let's take care of this guy together." The Transcendent laughed loudly and said, when Transcendent Augustine heard that David was being chased by a level 4 insectoid, he was extremely worried. After all, it was a level 4 insectoid. After that, the night of the great world of God came to David's aid. After that, there was no news of David, which made him very worried. He did not know that David was being chased by another level 4 insectoid. Otherwise, he would not just be worried. The spear Kaji beside the Transcendent was sacrificed the most. This was because the Transcendent did not have much attack power and could only defend. This made the level 3 insectoids less worried about attacking the spear Kaji. David was very familiar with the Kaji battle formation. He flashed into the Kaji battle formation and became a part of the Kaji battle formation. The other Kaji also automatically changed their battle formation and accepted David. David followed the few spear Kaji a few steps forward and entered the range of attacking the level 3 insectoids. Immediately, his will thread appeared and locked onto the level 3 insectoids. Die! Following David's shout, a green light flashed, and the level 3 insectoid's head flew. The level 3 insectoid that killed dozens of spear Kaji was decapitated by David's axe the moment it came into contact with David. Transcendent Augustine looked at David helplessly. At this moment, he felt that David was the Transcendent and he was more like the Kaji. After David killed the level 3 insectoid, he immediately rushed to the position of another level 3 insectoid. "Benton, you're injured?" David saw the red blood on the Transcendent Benton and asked, "I'm not injured. This is the blood of the Kaji who blocked the attack for me." Benton Transcendent's voice was a little hoarse. As he spoke, he continuously stabbed with his spear and caused a few wounds on the level 3 insectoid's body. However, this level 3 insectoid was more of a defensive type. Although it was injured, it was not fatal. David immediately activated the sharpness effect and flashed to the side of the level 3 insectoid. Following the guidance of the sharpness heavy axe, he decapitated the level 3 insectoid once again. Metakaji, quickly save him. Benton Transcendent did not speak to David. Instead, he turned around and shouted loudly. Benton Transcendent was spear Kaji. His defense was already lacking. In the face of a level 3 insectoid, if it were not for the many Kaji blocking the attack for him, he would have been seriously injured. David could feel the sadness and anger of Benton Transcendent. Without hesitation, he turned around and killed the last level 3 insectoid. He did not greet Garth Transcendent. Instead, he used the fastest method to approach the level 3 insectoid and kill it. David also realized that he was more suited to fighting level 3 insectoids in a battle formation. This was because in a battle formation, level 3 insectoids would not even notice him. Of course, this was related to his ability to hide his presence. The level 3 insectoid had to deal with Garth Transcendent and Kaji's attacks. Therefore, when David attacked, the level 3 insectoid did not even have time to react. The death of the 3 level 3 insectoids made the Kaji very relieved. Even louder cheers could be heard. On the other side, the Cade Knight had finally killed the Titan Black Beetle. The scene of the Titan Black Beetle's huge body falling was very spectacular. It was seen by many Kaji, which led to the cheers. Normally, there would only be one level 4 insectoid at a line of defense. Once this level 4 insectoid was killed, it meant that the insectoid wave at that line of defense was about to end. A insectoid wave of this scale needed to be controlled by a level 4 insectoid. The Titan Black Beetle was the commander to attack this line of defense. The death of the Titan Black Beetle caused the insectoids in the insectoid wave to wake up. Once the originally fearless and crazy insectoids woke up, they realized that their comrades who rushed to the front of the Kaji battle formation would be killed by countless spears. Furthermore, with the violent sound of cannons, a large area of insectoids would be killed. This scene made the insectoids wake up in fear. The insectoid wave no longer rushed forward. Instead, they scattered and fled in different directions. Chapter 529. We've won. One of the soldiers cheered in surprise. As this voice rang out, even more soldiers began to cheer. From a morning until the sky began to darken, this battle lasted for an entire day. Even if they were constantly rotating, the Kaji were already exhausted. Many of the Kaji were relieved when they saw the insect horde collapsing. They immediately sat down on the ground covered in blood. Metakaji, quickly treat the wounded. Transcendent Augustine was also very excited, but he still shouted. His voice was supported by the power of the Transcendent. Some of the Medic Kaji who were also excited by the victory were awakened and quickly began to treat the wounded. All Shield Kaji continued to defend. Transcendent Augustine continued to order. Although the battle here was over, no one knew if the escaped insectoids would return. The left and right sides of the defense line had been completely destroyed by the insectoids. The insect horde was still ongoing. No insectoids were coming, but once the insectoids woke up from their madness, it was hard to say if they would attack the fourth frontline base. Yes, the Shield Kaji replied loudly and raised their shield again. David did not stop there. When the Titan Black Beetle was killed, he rushed towards the Cade Knight. The soul of a level 4 insectoid was a good reward for him. He did not want to waste it. Also, the Titan Black Beetle was a level 4 insectoid that he did not get a soul from before. Perhaps some unexpected knowledge orbs would appear. Mr. David, are you okay? The Cade Knight looked at David with a questioning gaze. The Cade Knight was 100% sure that a level 4 insectoid had appeared and wanted to kill David. He did not understand how David escaped from the level 4 insectoid's pursuit, nor did he understand how the level 4 insectoid disappeared. When the assassin mantis was hiding in the insect tide, Knight Cade did not notice the assassin mantis figure at all. Even when David launched his fatal strike, Knight Cade, who was attacking with all his might, did not notice it at all. The main reason for this was that David's attack was too fast. It was so fast that the assassin praying mantis did not even have time to react before it died. Everything started and ended silently. Thank you for your concern, Knight Cade. I'm fine, David replied with a smile. He pointed at the body of the level 4 insectoid, the Titan Black Beetle, and continued, You killed the Titan Black Beetle. I'm afraid that not many people in this war can achieve such a feat. The Knight Cade smiled. With so many knights around, and the fact that the Titan Black Beetle lost its usual intelligence because it wanted to kill you, you have a part of the credit for killing this Titan Black Beetle. He did not mention the disappearance of the level 4 insectoid. The disappearance of the level 4 insectoid was related to David's miraculous method of disappearing. He would not ask about it in this kind of situation. While they were chatting, the shadow attendant had already absorbed the soul of the Titan Black Beetle. What? The insectoid horde at the 4th Frontline Base's defense line has collapsed? General Adams asked in disbelief after hearing the latest battle report. There was still an hour until nightfall. If the insectoid horde had not been defeated by nightfall, the insectoids would be able to use the darkness to defend the area that they had already conquered. In one night, the insectoids would be able to dig out countless holes in the area that they were attacking. After that, if the military wanted to counterattack, they would have to pay a huge price. Not only would they have to face the insectoids on the ground and in the sky, but they would also have to face the insectoids that suddenly appeared from underground. The number of casualties caused by counterattacking would not be less than the number of casualties caused by defending. Almost every inch of land would have to be fought for with lives. However, it was different now. The 4th Frontline Base's defense line did not retreat. It was as if a path had been built to the front. The military could easily send a large number of troops directly to the 4th Frontline Base's defense line and then advance from the 4th Frontline Base's defense line to both sides. This way, the insectoid horde would be attacked from both the front and the flanks at the same time. With the characteristics of the insectoid horde, if there was an attack from both sides at the same time, it would definitely cause chaos. General Adams stood in front of a huge map. His hand moved the arrows that represented each troop and rearranged the upcoming battle. All the soldiers in the GCH were calculating the relevant data around General Adams' new plan. As the orders were sent out, a large number of reserve troops were dispatched. The heavy self-propelled Gaussian cannons and small warship fleets were all sent out to the 4th Frontline Base's defense line. The mobilization was very fast. When the Kaji soldiers at the 4th Frontline Base's defense line had only rested for about 20 minutes, they were greeted with hundreds of thousands of troops. The counterattack this time did not require the 4th Frontline Base to attack. Their mission was still to defend this line of defense. The night Cade returned to the battle fortress beside the 4th Frontline Base's defense line alone. There were only 18 knights left. The injured knight had taken the medicine and rested for a while. He was now able to continue fighting. David returned to his special sniper position. The battle that belonged to the 4th Frontline Base was considered to have ended at this moment. The military did not plan to send out this tired army that had just won a battle. This line of defense still needed to be defended. Second Lieutenant Mawson, call me if you need anything. I'll rest next door. David was thinking about the body of the assassin Mantis. There was no point in staying here, so he ordered Second Lieutenant Mawson. Lieutenant Colonel, you go rest. I'll call you if there's anything. Second Lieutenant Mawson immediately responded. David nodded and opened the door next to him. The room next to him was a lounge. Although it was very simple, it was wartime, so there was nothing to pay attention to. As soon as he entered the lounge, David summoned the shadow attendant. After that, the body of the assassin Mantis was removed from the portal item by the shadow attendant. The 5-meter-tall assassin Mantis looked very thin and weak. If David had not fought with it before, he would not have believed that it was a level 4 insectoid. David did not want to hand over the body of the assassin Mantis. If he handed over the body of a level 4 insectoid that he had used too many of his innate abilities to kill, it would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He first used his mind to draw the poison pattern and used it to absorb the poison from the assassin Mantis body. Otherwise, he would not be able to harvest materials from the body of the level 4 insectoid assassin Mantis. As wisps of black mist flew out of the assassin Mantis body, the poison pattern disappeared after absorbing the last wisp of black mist. It was only then that David dared to touch the assassin Mantis body with his hand. Although he had the poison innate ability, he did not dare to touch a body that was corroded by poison directly. This was the second time he had come into close contact with a level 4 insectoid. This assassin Mantis did not look like a level 4 insectoid at all. David estimated that the materials that it produced would be greatly reduced. He carefully pulled out the hidden blades of the assassin Mantis, revealing 2 blades that glowed with a faint purple light. These 2 light purple blade edges, even without testing, were terrifyingly sharp just by looking at them. David recalled that the assassin Mantis defense was quite weak. Although he used a level 5 axe, he could still feel the weakness of the assassin Mantis defense. According to the general characteristics of the insectoids, if there was a huge weakness in one area, then there would be a huge advantage in another area. These 2 light purple blade edges should be the advantage of the assassin Mantis. David did not know much about the assassin Mantis, but after seeing the 2 blades, he naturally had this idea. The Federation did not have any description of the assassin Mantis. Perhaps it was like the level 3 insectoid, electric scorpion. It was a species that the Federation had not come into contact with. David did not immediately start dissecting the materials. On one hand, he did not have a decomposition knife that could dissect the corpse of a level 4 insectoid. This would require a level 4 decomposition knife at the very least. On the other hand, he was hesitating. He was hesitating over whether or not he could dissect the assassin Mantis corpse and turn it into a puppet. After David obtained the corpse controlling technique, his idea was to choose all 3 of his puppets to be humans. This would make things more convenient, and he could not always stay on planet Battlestar. Large insectoid bodies could not appear in peaceful areas, and the moment they appeared, they would attract a lot of attention. Although the insectoids created with the corpse controlling technique would be stronger, David did not want to do this. However, this assassin mantis was completely different. Its body size fit the requirements perfectly. With a height of 1.5 meters and a small body, it could completely conceal its insectoid body. As long as he made a large set of clothes for the assassin mantis. Even if the assassin mantis was seen by others, they would only think that it was a person with a strange body and not an insectoid. What David was hesitating about was how strong the mind of the assassin mantis was. Was it stronger than David's own mind? If his mind wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to complete the necromancy. David recalled the knowledge of the corpse controlling technique. The knowledge of the corpse controlling technique flowed in his mind. He discovered that if he wanted to use the corpse controlling technique to control a corpse that was stronger than him, not only did his mind need to be stronger than the corpse's previous body, but he also needed an important material. In the corpse controlling technique knowledge, that material was a kryptonite, but this kryptonite was different from all the other kryptonite David had seen before. This kryptonite was light gold in color. David had never seen this type of kryptonite in his memory, but the corpse controlling technique knowledge said that this was a kryptonite. David shook his head. Even if he wanted to turn the assassin mantis into a puppet, he could not do it. He needed to find this light gold kryptonite first. David did not immediately absorb the soul energy in the shadow attendant. According to the corpse controlling technique knowledge, using the corpse controlling technique would consume a lot of the caster's mind. In his mind, if the shadow attendant had soul energy in its body, he could absorb the soul energy into its body when he used the corpse controlling technique to restore its mind to a certain extent. Although this method was very wasteful, using the precious soul energy that could permanently increase one's mind to restore one's mind, it could avoid the possibility of not being able to use the corpse controlling technique due to his weak mind. These were all David's guesses. No one had the opportunity to absorb soul energy at any time. For example, the half-body spider that was killed could only use the corpse controlling technique to turn a level 3 insectoid into a puppet. A level 4 insectoid could not be turned into a puppet because of the rules of the insectoids. On the other hand, the half-body spider's mind was not enough to use the corpse controlling technique to make a level 4 insectoid puppet. This was why the level 5 insectoid half-body spider queen gave a non-sentient sonic boom beetle to the half-body spider and gave it the secret method again. However, it benefited David. David let the shadow attendant put away the assassin mantis body. At this moment, he felt a wave of exhaustion. After a day of fighting, he was almost always in a state of mind explosion. This caused his mind to be greatly exhausted. He had also experienced a life and death battle. Although the battle was short, it was still very dangerous. David originally did not plan to really rest, but now he could not hold on any longer. He fell into a deep sleep in the lounge. There was a shadow attendant standing at the door. If anything happened, it would immediately wake him up. While David was resting, the Federal Army and the Knights from the great world of gods fought together. They used the 4th frontline base as a base that was deep in the rear of the insect swarm to attack the insect swarm on both sides. At the same time, the 3rd and 5th frontline bases on both sides also began to counterattack. The insectoid tide was attacked from both sides. After a long battle of attrition, they were finally defeated. The army gathered more combatants and continued to attack in other directions. The battle did not stop for the entire night. The entire battlefield was constantly lit up by flares. When David woke up from his sleep, he looked at his identity bracelet and found that it was already 6 o'clock the next day. This was the time he trained every day. No matter how tired he was, his biological clock would wake him up at this time. Second Lieutenant Mawson did not wake him up, which meant that there was nothing happening outside. David was a bit worried. He let the shadow attendant fly out of the wall and into the air. There was no battle outside. This made David feel a lot more at ease. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out the earth vein tree leaf soup and level 3 strengthened meat from his portal bag and ate them. Then, he began to cultivate the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique. Ever since he used the lightning crystal to train, he had begun to rebuild his foundation. This delayed him from reaching the peak state of Kaji, so he had to use every opportunity to train. After consuming the energy of the earth vein tree leaf and level 3 strengthened meat, David stopped training and opened the door to walk out. Chapter 530. Lieutenant Colonel. The moment David stepped out of the room, he saw Second Lieutenant Mawson standing outside. The moment he saw David come out, Second Lieutenant Mawson immediately greeted him. "Second Lieutenant Mawson, are you all right?" David could not help but ask when he saw the obvious joy on Second Lieutenant Mawson's face. "We won." Second Lieutenant Mawson suppressed his excitement as he reported. "Didn't we win yesterday?" David did not understand where Second Lieutenant Mawson's excitement was coming from. He knew about this as well. "No. Last night, we joined forces with the great world of God and used our 4th frontline base as a cornerstone to attack both sides in a single night. Good news came this morning. The insectoid tide has been completely routed." Second Lieutenant Mawson hurriedly explained. "Does that mean the war is over?" David finally understood. He let out a long sigh and asked. This was an all-out war between the insectoids. If this war had not ended last night, it would have dragged on for many days. The Federation and the Divine Lands would need a very long time to slowly reclaim all the territories they had conquered. During this time, Warstar would once again become a meat grinder, with humans and insectoids dying in large numbers in this meat grinder war. Yes, the war is over. After this, we just need to keep clearing out the remaining insectoids. Second Lieutenant Mawson said with a smile. David also happily waved his fist. He did not think that this war would end anytime soon, but who would have thought that the military would be so decisive? They had used the 4th frontline base to defeat the insectoid tide, first to end the war in a single night. "Let's go out and take a look," David excitedly said. Walking out of the defensive wall, the outside was still filled with the stench of blood. The logisticians were still cleaning up the insectoid corpses. The number of insectoids killed this time was so great that it was difficult to count. The logisticians were constantly busy, and even now, they had not been able to completely clean up. The military had obtained a large number of materials this time. Not only would they recover what they had lost in this war, but they would also have a lot more in store. Only a small number of Kaji were standing guard outside the defensive wall. The rest of the Kaji had already returned to their usual routine. "Do you know how many soldiers we sacrificed?" David asked in a deep voice when he saw that there were only insect corpses left on the battlefield yesterday. There were no soldiers' corpses. The casualties have been calculated. The 4th frontline base lost 6,543 Kaji soldiers this time, and 1,400 were disabled. Second Lieutenant M.O. Sun replied without thinking. This number had been reverberating in Second Lieutenant Mawson's mind ever since he found out, so he blurted it out when David asked. David was stunned. He had prepared the best medical treatment the day before. Even the gene repair cabin had been prepared inside the defensive wall. Ordinary injuries could be healed through the gene repair cabin. During the battle, he was able to keep the level 3 insectoids at a distance of 3 kilometers. Other than the 3 level 3 insectoids that managed to get close to him when he was being chased, none of the level 3 insectoids were able to get close to him. In addition, David had been killing a large number of powerful level 2 Zergs over a long period of time, reducing the pressure on the defensive line. Even so, there were still nearly 7,000 casualties. Then, how many Kaji soldiers had died in the other bases? How many soldiers had died? Just think about it. In an ordinary city of the Federation, the number of Kaji soldiers was less than 100, and that included many old Kaji soldiers who had lost their ability to fight. From this, one could see just how great the losses had been in this battle. "Do you know the losses of the entire Warstar base?" David softly asked. Second Lieutenant Mawson was taken aback, but he still replied, "The casualties haven't been calculated yet, but I do know that over 700,000 Kaji soldiers have died, and over 3 million soldiers from the other branches of the military have died." David did not say anything else. In truth, he had already guessed that Second Lieutenant Mawson was special. This was because Second Lieutenant Mawson knew a lot of information that ordinary officers could not, but he did not sense any malice from Second Lieutenant Mawson, so it did not matter. It was basically impossible for an officer like Second Lieutenant Mawson to hide his emotions in front of David. David's senses were extremely sharp, and unless one could surpass him in terms of mental strength, it was impossible to escape his senses. David was momentarily stunned when he heard such a huge number. In truth, such losses were not considered high in the past insectoid wars. In fact, it was an extremely rare occurrence. On average, the losses of the Federation's army in an insectoid war would be double the losses this time. However, this time was different. David had personally participated in this war. He had seen Kaji's death and the insectoid invasion. This feeling was completely different from reading those cold numbers in textbooks. You go ahead. I'll stay here for a while. David sat on a rock and said to Second Lieutenant Mawson. Yes. Second Lieutenant Mawson immediately replied. Second Lieutenant Mawson had a lot of work to do. David's inspector work was all done by Second Lieutenant Mawson. During the course of the war, there had been a number of violations of discipline by the soldiers, which Second Lieutenant Mawson had to deal with. Second Lieutenant Mawson thought of David's age. He also knew how big of an impact it was to hear the number of sacrifices. For someone of David's age, it was normal for him to be unable to accept it for a while. David sat on a rock and watched the logistics personnel at work. He saw that apart from the green blood on the ground, there was also red blood mixed in. It was all blood left behind by humans. After sitting for a while, David calmed down a little. He stood up and saw Transcendent Augustine standing behind him. Augustine, when did you get here? David asked in surprise. His mind was completely empty just now. Transcendent Augustine was not dangerous, so the shadow attendant did not remind him. This was why he did not notice Augustine Transcendent standing behind him. I've been here for a while. I saw that you were thinking about something here, so I didn't disturb you. Are you in a bad mood? Transcendent Augustine asked with concern. It's nothing. I just didn't expect so many soldiers to be sacrificed in a war. David said with a bitter smile. This is war. We sacrificed a lot, but the insectoids died even more. This time, because of you, the number of casualties in the 4th Frontline base was the lowest among all the bases. And because of your help, the war ended early. You saved millions of soldiers. Transcendent Augustine said in a deep voice, This is not my work alone. Every soldier in the base is a hero. Without them, the defense line would not have been able to hold. David shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Do you know what day it was yesterday? Transcendent Augustine asked with a smile. He did not want to talk about this heavy topic. Yesterday, other than the day the insectoids launched an all-out war, what day was it? David did not react for a moment. He did not remember yesterday having any special meaning. Yesterday was the day of the strongest freshman finals. Transcendent Augustine looked at David and said with a smile. David could not help but be stunned. He had almost forgotten that he had signed up for this competition. He calculated the time. It was almost the day of the competition. However, after he was recruited, he had been fighting and did not have time to think about his school. The strongest freshman, David mumbled to himself. If it weren't for the all-out war with the insectoids, he would be holding the strongest freshman medal and celebrating his victory. When he was in school, David was interested in the strongest freshman competition because it would bring him a lot of resources. At the same time, it also meant that he was the strongest person of his generation. It was just that David felt that watching the strongest freshman competition was like watching children playing house. Compared to the all-out war with the insectoids, the strongest freshman competition was nothing. I know you signed up for the strongest freshman. What a pity. If you had participated, the strongest freshman would have been yours. Transcendent Augustine wanted to lighten David's mood with this light-hearted topic. Transcendent Augustine had seen David's file. This was one of the Transcendent's privileges. It included the information about the strongest freshman registration. When Transcendent Augustine saw this information, He imagined that David would really participate in the strongest freshman competition. He knew that David was a heavy axe grandmaster. If a heavy axe grandmaster participated in the strongest freshman competition, who would be able to take a hit from David? Transcendent Augustine thought that even if he were to fight David, he would not be the one to survive, let alone the strongest freshman competition. The strongest freshman competition is not as exciting as fighting on the battlefield, David said with a smile and a wave of his hand. In fact, in the strongest freshman competition that ended yesterday, the student who won the strongest freshman title, Dean, did not receive the cheers he deserved. This was because the students from the Iridia Star Zone, Cater Star Zone, Volgo Star Zone, and Cirrus Star Zone all looked at the strongest freshman with disdain. If David was here, he would not have won the strongest freshman title. A student who knew David said to the other students around him, "Can Dean take a hit from David's axe?" This was David's classmate, Mike. His voice was very loud. So many students present heard him. Even Dean, who had just received the strongest freshman award, heard it. He looked at Mike with eyes full of anger. "The one below the stage, if this David you speak of is really capable, why doesn't he come up and fight me?" Dean was also very proud. He loudly reprimanded Mike. "That's because David's combat power is too strong. He was directly recruited by the military. Your combat power is not even worthy of carrying David's shoes." Mike did not hold back with his words. He was also very dissatisfied. The First College of Iridia was 100% sure that the strongest freshman title was in the bag. Correspondingly, the school also favored them, but the recruitment of the military made all of this disappear. Mike only needed to see the pride on Dean's face to feel very unhappy. He wanted to say it out loud. Dean was also stunned. How could a first-year student be recruited? It should be known that the strongest first-year student was only a peak Kaji. A peak Kaji would not be of much use even if he went to the Battlestar. He did not believe it, but he could tell that Mike was not lying. Just as Duda was about to say something, a student suddenly exclaimed, "God, David actually received the Nation Knight Medal." This student had heard everyone discussing David's information, so he also looked up David's information on Skynet. In the latest information on David, there was an announcement from the Battlestar military that David had received the Nation Knight Medal. How is this possible? Did David sacrifice himself? The other students could not believe it. David had only been in the military for 3 months. It was too strange for him to receive the Nation Knight Medal in such a short period of time. Not to mention, the military rarely awarded the Nation Knight Medal to active duty soldiers. Moreover, the recipients of the Nation Knight Medal were rarely healthy. Many were awarded posthumously. The Nation Knight Medal was the highest medal awarded by the military. The strongest freshman and the Nation Knight Medal could not be compared at all. The strongest freshman was only the strongest first-year student. In the following semester, as they learned more and learned more, it would be very difficult for the strongest freshman to remain the strongest. Moreover, this strongest freshman could only be compared to the first-year students. The upperclassmen were much stronger than this strongest freshman. David didn't sacrifice himself. He's already a lieutenant colonel. A student reported the results of the investigation. "If I can achieve David's achievements in the Battlestar, I'll be satisfied." Stop dreaming. David is a monster that was recruited in his first year. How can you compare to him? The students seemed to have forgotten that this was the venue where the strongest freshman award ceremony was being held. They all began to discuss David. None of the students here were simple. To be able to participate in this competition as freshmen required a large amount of resources, and they all had factions supporting them. Thus, they were able to find out some information about David on the Battlestar. Of course, this information was very simple with only a few words. However, these few words were enough to excite the students. David actually killed 8 level 3 insectoids alone in 3 days. I really want to see David fight with my own eyes. Those were level 3 insectoids. There are very few people in the Transcendent who can kill level 3 insectoids alone. David is also a sniper master. As this information was brought up, more and more gasps followed. Dodd stood on the stage, holding the strongest freshman medal in his hand. He should be the one giving his acceptance speech, but he did not want to say a single word. He even felt that the strongest freshman medal in his hand was a little hot, and he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Dodd did not have any opinions about David. After he heard about David, all he had was admiration for this monster of the same level. Chapter 531. The war was over. Because the insectoid tide had greatly depleted the insectoid population, based on past experience, the activity of the insectoids would be greatly reduced for at least 3 years. For this reason, David only stayed at the 4th Forward Base's defensive wall for 3 days before returning to headquarters. This war had nurtured a large number of veterans who had experienced the war. With these veterans, the 4th Forward Base's defensive line might be the strongest in all of Warstar. Of course, many of the veterans would be transferred away, and the veterans who had made contributions would be promoted. However, the 4th Forward Base's establishment wasn't enough for so many veterans to be promoted. During these 3 days, batch after batch of commendations had been issued. Lieutenant Colonel David, the general has been waiting for you. The Babington Transcendence adjutant had been waiting for David at the entrance of the base when he returned. Thank you, David replied with a smile. He handed the equipment to 2nd Lieutenant Mawson and had him bring it back to his dormitory. Then, he went to the Babington Transcendence office. He had not returned to the headquarters for many days. Every soldier here would take the initiative to stop and salute David when they saw him. David saw respect in every soldier's eyes. All the soldiers knew that in this war, David was the one who made the 4th Forward Base suffer the least losses, so this respect came from the bottom of their hearts. David returned the salutes along the way. By the time he arrived at the Babington Transcendence office, he had saluted at least 30 times. Feeling the enthusiasm of the soldiers at headquarters, when David arrived at the office door, the door opened automatically. David, come in and have a seat. The Babington Transcendent personally opened the office door and welcomed David in. Babington, what's the matter? David's gaze fell on the brocade box on the table, and he couldn't help but ask. Many soldiers who participated in the war have received commendations these past few days. Do you have any objections? The Babington Transcendent asked with a smile as he poured water for David. What do I have to say about that? The military should have a decision on the reward, David said with an indifferent smile. To be honest, even the Nation Knight medal was a dream of his in the past. With David's current strength, he didn't have many thoughts about awards. His eyes were set further away. David's immediate goal was to become a Transcendent. He was very confident that he could become a Transcendent, so he didn't really care about the military's reward. The Transcendent Babington put down the cup in his hand and sat down. You don't have an opinion, but I do. For your commendation, I will submit a joint report with Benton and the others to request that your commendation be implemented. We can't let the heroes who have achieved outstanding military service not get the honor they deserve. Actually, you don't have to do this. The Nation Knight medal is enough for me, David said gratefully. The Transcendent Babington waved his hand and said, This is not your business. If the military doesn't give you the honor equivalent to your military service, then many soldiers will have objections and the morale of the army will be slack. The surviving soldiers are more or less grateful to you in their hearts. Without you, who knows how long this war would have lasted? What David didn't know was that after a round of commendations, he still hadn't received one. This had long made the soldiers who knew about it angry. It wasn't just the soldiers in the 4th Frontline Base who were angry. Almost all the soldiers who participated in the war benefited from David's magical performance in the war. Therefore, the military didn't only receive reports from the 4th Frontline Base. The Transcendent Babington turned around and said with a chuckle, It is said that the military is very entangled with your military service. They want to award you a medal, but what medal can be compared to the Nation Knight medal? Are they going to award you another Nation Knight medal? You know, the Nation Knight medal you received last time was already the highest level. He had a lot of friends in the military, and some news couldn't be hidden from him. The Transcendent Babington knew that the military had held many meetings about David's commendation. However, there were some fixed rules in the military that limited the rewards that people proposed. The Transcendent Babington had never seen the military have a headache because of too many military merits. The Transcendent Babington pushed the brocade box in front of David and said, "David, this is the rank of colonel. It is a way for the military to stabilize the morale of the army. Of course, this doesn't match your military merits. The military is still discussing the plan. I believe there will be a final decision soon." The rank of colonel. Although David had already guessed it, he was still very surprised. The military had a strict system for promotion. For example, David was promoted from major to lieutenant colonel last time. This was a special case. The military had no choice but to promote his military rank because of his unquestionable military merits. This time, he was promoted again, which allowed him to be promoted 2 ranks in just 3 months. This promotion speed violated many of the military systems. Listening to the Transcendent Babington's tone, this was not the final plan. David opened the brocade box in front of him and saw a set of colonel ranks inside. He was not happy. In the conference room of the Warstar Military Department, a meeting about David's commendation was being held. This is David's military merits. Are you really going to respond to this by promoting him by 1 rank? General Adams asked in a deep voice as he pointed to the long list of data on the projection. Every one of David's military merits appeared clearly on the projection. This was the result of the scanning device on the defensive wall, as well as the data reported by the 4th Frontline Base. The sniping results alone were enough to shock all the soldiers in the conference room. After a war, let alone a soldier with such a record, even the Transcendent couldn't compare with David. David's military merits alone were comparable to the total military merits of the previous army, and the effect he had had was even more incomparable. David had prevented the rank 3 insectoids from getting close to the defensive line. This was the key to the defense of the 4th Frontline Base, and no one could refute this point. The defense of the 4th Frontline Base was the key to the military's counterattack, allowing the military to smoothly end the war and reduce the losses of millions of soldiers. No matter how one looked at it, this kind of military merit couldn't be counted as a promotion. General, David's promotion is unprecedented. He entered the military and was promoted to major because of his previous military merits, and he became colonel in just 3 months. This kind of promotion speed exceeds the military's regulations. According to your opinion, having David directly promoted to major general doesn't comply with the military's regulations, especially when David only has a high school education. Colonel Cavill, who was in charge of military merits, firmly said, although General Adams was the most powerful general on planet Warstar, Colonel Cavill was directly under the command of the highest command. Moreover, the soldiers in charge of assessing military merits were all hardliners, so they would only follow the regulations. In the past, David's promotion was only within the rank of colonel, so Colonel Cavill could still tolerate it. But now that General Adams had proposed that David be promoted to general, things were completely different. There were many generals in the Federation. Some were slowly promoted based on seniority, some were promoted based on military merits, and some were directly promoted from Transcendent to Major General. However, among these generals, the ones who were promoted based on military merits were the backbone of the generals, and the majority of the generals with real power in the military were such generals. If David was promoted in this way, he would have to be given an actual position. How old was David right now? If he became a general now, then even if he didn't have any military merits in the future and just slowly worked his way up based on seniority, he would become a commanding officer of an army in his 40s at the very least. Colonel Cavill couldn't imagine letting a youth become a general. An 18-year-old general would make him the laughingstock of the military merit system. General Adams slammed his hand on the conference table as he stood up and said, "Colonel Cavill, why are you talking about high school qualifications? Look at David's college entrance exam results. He entered the first college of Iridia as the top scholar in high school. Why doesn't he have a college degree? It's because our military forcefully recruited him. Now, You're talking to me about some college degree? You should be saying that to all the students who were recruited. Colonel Cavill's expression changed. He thought about what he had said in the conference room. If those students who were recruited found out, his days would be difficult. It had to be known that every student who was recruited was an absolute genius, and these geniuses would become elites in the military in the future. General Adams, Colonel Cavill, how about this? Since the war is over, why don't we let David go to the military academy for a year and then be promoted to the rank of Major General? This would be better for David. General North stood up and tried to smooth things over. General North, your idea is good. I agree. General Adams's eyes flashed with a smile as he nodded and said, General North and General Adams had worked together for many years, and they knew each other very well. Although they didn't talk to each other in advance, General North already knew what General Adams was planning. I will sign for confirmation, but I have my reservations. Colonel Cavill said in a deep voice. There wasn't much difference between 18 and 19 years old, but entering the military academy for a year was equivalent to solving the problem of academic qualifications. This would also reduce the violation of military regulations. General Adams nodded. He felt that this kind of operation was worthy of his old friend's son. Even if David was now promoted to Major General and had real power in his hands, he couldn't really control it because David didn't have the knowledge to manage an army. Things were different after entering the military academy. Even though it was only 1 year, this kind of one-year course was completely focused on teaching students how to become a commanding officer in the military. After 1 year, not only would they be able to obtain a university degree from the military academy, they would also be able to grasp the relevant knowledge of a commanding officer. David could become a major general in a year and manage an army. After that, his future in the military would be smooth. David didn't know that General Adams had put in a lot of effort for his future. Of course, the premise of General Adams doing this was also because of David's achievements. Without these dazzling achievements, General Adams wouldn't have done this for him. David left the Babington Transcendence office with the rank of colonel. Immediately, the news of his promotion to colonel spread. Although this kind of promotion still made the soldiers dissatisfied, their mood stabilized. He had just asked for leave from the Babington Transcendent. He needed to go to Baron Du Bois' castle. There were some things he didn't understand that he needed to ask Baron Du Bois. Before going to Baron Du Bois' castle, he first returned to his dormitory and took out some ingredients from his space item. These ingredients were prepared by David before he was drafted. They were perfectly preserved in the space item. The special space inside the space item made the ingredients as fresh as before. David completely used the Interstellar Federation's ingredients to make 10 dishes for 3 people. This time, he couldn't visit Baron Du Bois' castle empty-handed. He didn't have many things that he could take out. With Baron Du Bois' status, what hadn't he seen before? Only the Interstellar Federation dishes made by his Grandmaster cooking ability could be considered a good gift. In the past, David had this kind of craftsmanship. Without revealing that he could open space items, he couldn't treat the dishes as gifts. He couldn't just bring a cold dish over and reheat it. That would be too rude. But now it was different. David had a space bag. This was a space item that could be used as long as one's mind was focused. This allowed him to openly use the space item in front of Baron Du Bois. After finishing the dishes, he put them in the space bag. He didn't ride the wings of Death assault ship, nor did he let his subordinates follow him. He only rode a war horse and left the base. On the way from the 4th Frontline Base's headquarters to Baron Du Bois' castle, David killed a dozen Rank 2 insectoids and over 100 Rank 1 insectoids. This was the aftermath of the war. In the future, the main mission of the military would be to clean up the insectoids. This cleaning process would take a very long time, especially for the Rank 2 insectoids. If there were too many of them, some intelligent Rank 2 insectoids would hide and take the initiative to attack when there were fewer of them. Not everyone was like David, easily killing all the insectoids they encountered. Even the Pikaji would have to be careful when facing Rank 2 insectoids. Moreover, the scattered insectoids would leave larvae all over the area, and these larvae would continue to grow. They would endlessly pose a threat to the humans in the area. When David first came to planet Battlestar, he encountered the insectoids in the wild. That was over 30 years after the last insectoid war. One could imagine how terrifying the insectoid's reproductive ability was. As long as an insectoid appeared in an area, it would be very difficult to clean up all the insectoids. Perhaps all the insectoids on the surface have been wiped out, but there would still be larvae and eggs underground. Many larvae had the ability to hide, and with the shielding effect of the underground, the larvae had the opportunity to grow. However, this was also a good thing. This kind of environment would allow the Kaji to have the opportunity to kill insectoids and obtain spoils of war, allowing them to grow faster. The military wouldn't take back these spoils of war, so they were the personal gains of the Kaji. For a long time, the Kaji would be able to obtain more resources. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. The stronger the Kaji, the more benefits they would be able to obtain. Perhaps one of these Kaji would be a transcendent. Chapter 532. When David arrived in front of the castle on his war horse, Baron Du Bois' subordinates had already opened the gate for him. The knight was very familiar with David. Soon, a knight went in to report. Of course, he wouldn't let David wait at the door. David got off the horse and walked into the castle. The horse was taken by the knight, and there were people who would take care of it. "David, you're here." Before David walked out of the hall, he saw Knight Millet running towards him happily. "What happened to you?" David saw Knight Millet's appearance and couldn't help but ask. Knight Millet looked a bit miserable. His left hand was fixed, and his running posture was a bit awkward. It was obvious that his injury hadn't healed yet. The healing potions of the great world of God were very good. If Knight Millet was like this, one could imagine how serious his injury was. "Don't mention it. I was hit by a level 4 Zerg. I almost died," Knight Millet said with lingering fear. David didn't know if Knight Millet was lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky to have met a level 4 Zerg and survived, of course, he was extremely lucky. If David didn't have so many talents, he would have become one of the many soldiers who died in battle. Knight Millet was unlucky because he always met level 4 Zergs. "Aren't you with Uncle Du Bois? How did you meet a level 4 Zerg?" David asked curiously. "This." Knight Millet obviously didn't want to explain. He changed the topic and said, "Uncle is waiting for you. Hurry up." David looked at Knight Millet and didn't ask more. In fact, Knight Millet was injured by himself. Baron Du Bois fought with a level 4 Zerg and seriously injured it. The level 4 Zerg turned around and fled. Knight Millet was hot-headed and rushed forward to stop the level 4 Zerg. The result was, of course, predictable. He was sent flying by a single attack from a class 4 insectoid. Fortunately, at that time, the level 4 Zerg only wanted to escape and didn't attack with full force. Otherwise, Knight Miller wouldn't be able to jump around like he was now. David and the Knight Miller came to the front of the hall and saw the butler standing there respectfully. "Housekeeper, I brought some dishes over. Today's lunch will be served with the dishes I brought." David stopped and said to the housekeeper, "Yes, young Master David." The butler bowed and replied, "What? You brought a dish? Did you make it yourself?" Knight Millet asked with sparkling eyes. He still remembered the dishes he had eaten during the mission. Those dishes were cooked by David under simple conditions. Now, the dishes cooked by David were so delicious that just thinking about it made him salivate. "Young Master Miller, pay attention to your etiquette," the butler reminded from the side. David was a little surprised by the butler's attitude, but Knight Millet immediately restrained his arrogant attitude. "David, leave the dish to me. I'll send it to the kitchen. Otherwise, if it's exposed to the outside for too long, the taste will change," Knight Millet said with a serious expression, but his eyes kept rolling, which made David have an impulse to laugh. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." David immediately transferred the dish to Knight Millet's space ring. "Uncle is in the study. You can go directly. I'll go to the kitchen first." Knight Millet scanned the dish with his spirit and couldn't wait to go to the kitchen. The butler bowed to David and quickly chased after him. He didn't want to lose face in front of David if there were any problems with the dish. David walked into the hall and went to the study with ease. Baron Du Bois was looking at something. When he raised his head and saw David, he smiled and pointed to a chair to the side. David walked into the study and sat down, waiting for Baron Du Bois to finish his business. After a while, Baron Du Bois put down the paper in his hand and walked to David's side to sit down. David, Nightcade praised you endlessly. You played an important role in this battle. Baron Du Bois said to David with a smile. It was Nightcade who saved me. That Titan Black Beetle's target was me. If it wasn't for Nightcade, I wouldn't have been safe. David also expressed his gratitude to the knight. It seems that the half-body Spider Queen is still very vengeful. You should be more careful on Warstar in the future. Baron Du Bois also knew about this matter and warned. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Du Bois. I will. David nodded. Of course, he had to be careful when being targeted by the half-body Spider Queen. He then said, I encountered a 1.5-meter tall mantis-type insectoid on the battlefield. It was around rank 4. Do you know what type of insectoid it was? David wanted to turn the assassin mantis into a puppet, so he naturally needed to know more about it. This was also one of the main reasons he came to find Baron Du Bois. He could only get the answer from Baron Du Bois. If Baron Du Bois didn't know, then he probably wouldn't be able to find out from anywhere else. A 1.5-meter tall mantis-type rank 4 insectoid, the assassin mantis. You encountered the assassin mantis? Baron Du Bois softly whispered before exclaiming in shock. As someone who knew about the assassin mantis, Baron Du Bois' first thought after learning that David had encountered the assassin mantis was that the fact that David was still alive was even more fortunate than Night Millet. You know about that mantis? David was overjoyed and asked. The assassin mantis is a special rank 4 insectoid. Its defense is very weak, but its explosive attack power is very strong. Some of the best assassin mantis can even threaten rank 5 insectoids. The assassin mantis is an assassin cultivated by a rank 5 insectoid, not an insectoid that grew naturally. The half-body Spider Queen wants to kill you, Baron Du Bois explained in a deep voice. David wasn't surprised at all that the assassin mantis had been sent by the half-body Spider Queen. He just didn't think that the assassin mantis hadn't grown naturally, but was instead an assassin cultivated by a rank 5 insectoid. David immediately thought of his own situation. If the half-body Spider Queen sent another assassin like this, he would be in a lot of trouble. If he hadn't been holding the rank 3 shield with the aura of the half-body Spider Queen on the battlefield, he wouldn't have noticed the uniqueness of the assassin mantis. As long as the assassin mantis got close to David and attacked David with its speed, David wouldn't be able to dodge. In reality, David was very similar to the assassin mantis. Both of them had the ability to deal a fatal blow and hide their aura. It was just that the assassin mantis defense was weak, but it was the weakest rank 4 insectoid. David's defense was only rank 3. David, you have to be careful for the next few days. Try not to go out alone. If possible, you can leave Warstar for a while. Although the half-body Spider Queen holds grudges, as long as it can't find you for a while, it won't bother you anymore. Baron Du Bois continued. Uncle Du Bois, I'm a soldier. I have to listen to the military's orders, but I'll be careful. David solemnly said. Actually, I'm just worrying too much. Since you were able to safely escape from the hands of the assassin mantis, you should be able to escape the next time you meet one. Baron Du Bois said with a smile. I still have something I want to ask Uncle Du Bois. I heard that there's a kind of golden krypton. Is that true? David asked. Where did you hear that from? Baron Du Bois looked at David curiously. I just happened to hear about it. I've never seen it before, and the transcendent I met didn't mention it either. So, I'm a little curious. David said, a little embarrassed. He didn't want to lie to Baron Du Bois, but this involved his core secrets, so he could only find an excuse. This is a high-level secret. With your strength, there's no harm in telling you, Baron Du Bois said, after some thought. He paused for a moment before continuing. The golden krypton is called perfect krypton. Only the best krypton mines produce it in small amounts. The energy within perfect krypton is very important to immortals and rank 5 insectoids. Even the Federation's most powerful weapons require perfect krypton to provide energy for their cores. I've also discovered krypton mines before, and they produced quite a lot of top-grade krypton. At the time, I didn't find any perfect krypton. David suddenly stopped halfway. He thought of the terrifying stone-skinned Worm King. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful insectoid on the Guardian planet with such special abilities. Back then, 14 Transcendent had been sent out, but they still couldn't do anything to the Stone-Skin Worm King. Many of them were even killed by the Stone-Skin Worm King. Now that he heard about perfect krypton, he couldn't help but suspect that the Stone-Skin Worm King had mutated after absorbing the energy within the perfect krypton crystal. What happens if a low-level insectoid absorbs the energy within a perfect krypton crystal? David continued to ask. It's very rare. Perfect krypton crystals are very precious. They're a very important resource for rank 5 insectoids. If a low-level insectoid absorbs the energy within a perfect krypton crystal, they'll almost immediately explode from the energy. There's only a very small chance of them mutating and becoming a powerful insectoid with special abilities. Baron Du Bois replied with a smile. This kind of knowledge was very important. It was the result of countless people's research over the past tens of thousands of years. If he wasn't close to David, he wouldn't have told him about it. Research on the perfect krypton crystal was highly classified, whether it was in the Interstellar Federation or the great world of God. Let alone normal people. Even the Transcendent didn't know about it. For the Transcendent, the energy within the perfect krypton crystal was too high level. The Transcendent couldn't absorb it at all. Forcefully absorbing it would only result in death. Therefore, the Interstellar Federation didn't disclose the perfect krypton crystal to the Transcendent. Instead, they treated it as a strategic resource. I met a Stone-Skin Worm King on the Guardian planet. It was very powerful and had the ability to burrow underground. It also had a powerful defense and terrifying recovery ability. Even a dozen Transcendent couldn't defeat it. I suspect that it absorbed the perfect krypton crystal. David explained the situation of the Stone-Skin Worm King in a simple manner. That's not very likely. Only the War Star can produce perfect krypton crystals. Unless there's a gestational crystal in other areas, it's impossible for a perfect krypton crystal to appear. Baron Du Bois shook his head. The probability of a gestational crystal appearing on a Guardian planet was more likely to be a perfect krypton crystal. Therefore, Baron Du Bois concluded that the Stone-Skin Worm King was just a normal insectoid that was a bit special. However, David believed that the Stone-Skin Worm King was lucky enough to absorb the energy of the perfect krypton crystal. Not only did it survive, but it also mutated. David didn't discover much when he got the gestational crystal from a Stone-Skin Worm King's nest. However, the Stone-Skin Worm King didn't care about its life and death to find David for the gestational crystal. When the military found out about the gestational crystal appearing on the Guardian planet, they basically turned the entire planet upside down and sent out countless warships to search for it. Now that he thought about it, the real function of the pregnant crystal stone wasn't just to speed up the production of krypton ores and prevent the krypton ores from drying up. The bigger reason was that it could produce perfect krypton ores from top-grade krypton ores. Uncle Du Bois, where can I get a perfect krypton crystal? Will there be one in the insectoid territories? David continued to ask. David, the perfect krypton crystal won't work on you. It's best if you don't try to absorb its energy. You'll explode and die. Even the insectoids can't handle it, let alone humans. But if you want to know where to find perfect grade kryptonite, it's not hard. Here's a map. It's marked with some perfect grade kryptonite mines, but they're all very dangerous places. They're all guarded by level 4 insectoids. Baron Du Bois tried to persuade David, but he knew that David was a very opinionated person. He had relied on his own abilities to reach where he was today, so he decided to help David. As for what David wanted the perfect krypton crystal for, Baron Du Bois didn't want to ask. Baron Du Bois only took out a portion of the perfect krypton crystal mines from the insectoid territories. Naturally, he wouldn't take out the ones from the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, let alone the fact that it was a top secret. There was no way he'd let David steal it. The map was made from a special animal skin. It was very tough, and there were 9 Krypton crystal mines marked on it. They were all within 500 to 1,000 kilometers of the insectoid territories. Baron Du Bois chose these Krypton crystals for David's safety. If David went any deeper into the Krypton crystal mines, it would be almost impossible for him to come back alive. Chapter 533. Young Master David, it's time for lunch. Following the butler's reminder, the conversation between David and Baron Du Bois came to an end. Where's Miller? Baron Du Bois asked the butler with a frown. Although David could be considered one of their own, it would be extremely rude of Knight Miller not to come out and accompany him. Young Master Miller is waiting in the dining room. The butler bowed and replied, David, let's go eat. Baron Du Bois shook his head and said to David. When the two arrived at the dining room, they saw Knight Miller already sitting up and waiting. Miller, are you hungry? Baron Du Bois couldn't help but ask when he saw Knight Miller's appearance. Uncle, today's lunch was all prepared by David. Knight Miller's face was full of expectation as he spoke. Since the butler had followed them in time, Knight Miller couldn't steal a bite from the kitchen and could only wait in the dining room. David, you're very considerate, Baron Du Bois said softly to David with a smile on his face. As long as Uncle Du Bois likes it. David also responded with a smile. Lunch was needless to say. Everyone was very satisfied. Knight Miller held his stomach with a face full of happiness, and Baron Du Bois was also savoring the aftertaste. Because the three of them had extremely strong physiques, they ate more than ordinary people. Therefore, David's dishes were very large, but there wasn't a single bit left over from the 10 dishes. After lunch, David said goodbye to Baron Du Bois. The butler brought David's warhorse. The warhorse was cleaned and fed special food, so it looked very energetic. On the way back, there were still insectoids roaming around, but David casually dismissed them. As soon as he returned to the headquarters, he immediately went to his office. He rarely came to this office since he became an inspector, and it was always used by Second Lieutenant Mawson. David stopped Second Lieutenant Mawson from standing up to greet him. He let Second Lieutenant Mawson continue with his work. Sitting on the chair behind the desk, David turned on his own optical computer. This photon computer had special privileges and needed to check his identity bracelet before it could be activated. Moreover, with his privileges, he could access the internal information of the Warstar Alliance. What David needed was the latest map of the insectoid territories. Every once in a while, the military would arrange for drones to enter the insectoid territories. While most of these ultra-small drones would be destroyed by the flying insectoids after entering the insectoid territories, some would still survive and take pictures of the situation inside the insectoid territories and send them back. Meanwhile, the military's map would be updated based on this information. After a full-scale insectoid war, David believed that the distribution of insectoids in the insectoid territory would be vastly different. He needed more information to ensure his safety when he entered the insectoid territory. He did not think that his innate ability was undetectable. You only have one life, and if you are careless even once, you will lose your life. After looking at the latest insectoid distribution map that the military had updated after the war, David's expression became serious. This was because he saw that there were 9 places marked on the map from Baron Du Bois. They were all areas where large numbers of insectoids gathered, and there were even rank 4 insectoids there. While David had successfully killed the assassin mantis, which was a rank 4 insectoid, it was just as Baron Du Bois had said. Its defense was the weakest among all the rank 4 insectoids. This kind of rank that had been forcibly raised had a huge innate difference compared to a rank 4 insectoid that had grown naturally. David downloaded the map and sent it to his identity bracelet. The assassin mantis corpse was currently stored in the spatial bracelet. Although the items in the spatial bracelet would be stored in a special space for a long time, David did not want the corpse to be stored for too long and affect his ability to use the corpse controlling technique. According to the corpse controlling technique, he needed to deal with the corpse of the assassin mantis first. This cannot be done in the military. David spent the whole afternoon making plans. He went to the logistics department and the maintenance department to order and create some items. David set a time to go to the insectoid territory in 2 days. After the items he had ordered arrived, he would go to the insectoid territory. Before David could leave, he was called to the conference room by the Transcendent of Babington a day later. After entering the conference room, David saw that the 4 Transcendent of the 4th Frontline base were all there. They were chatting. "David, congratulations." The Transcendent of Babington saw David and was the first to stand up and congratulate him with a big smile. The other 3 Transcendent also congratulated David. This made David, who did not know what was going on, a bit confused. "What do I have to congratulate you for?" David asked, puzzled. "Didn't you get the news?" The Transcendent of Babington said with a smile. "David, you could go to school again soon." The Transcendent of Babington said to David. David was stunned. Was the military planning to let him go back to the first college of Iridia? But this was unlikely. He was now a colonel and had only been in the military for a little more than 3 months. Besides, the military was not easy to leave. He had military achievements. If he did not make any mistakes, it would not make sense for him to leave the military. "Benton, David doesn't understand what you're saying." The Transcendent of Augustine finally could not stand it anymore. He said aloud, then turned to David and said, "The military is going to let you go to the military school for a year. Why do they suddenly want me to go to the military school?" David still did not understand. According to the news from the military, after a year in the military school, you will be awarded the rank of Major General, and then you can officially lead the army. The Transcendent of Babington went on to explain. The contents of the military meeting could not be concealed at all. There are representatives of many forces there. After the meeting, David's reward plan was spread out. It was just that David had been busy these 2 days, so no one told him about this. The Transcendent of Babington also came to inform David after receiving the official notice. For any soldier, becoming a general was a big deal. Even if David did not care about his position in the military, he could not help but feel happy when he heard that his rank of Major General had been decided. He also dreamed of being a general. Becoming a general was the dream of almost all boys. "Which military school is it? Has the time been decided?" David calmed down and asked. The Transcendent of Babington passed a document to David through his ID bracelet and replied, "You are going to the Federation Military School. It is the #1 military school in the Interstellar Federation. It is a military school dedicated to cultivating elite military talents. The time is in a month." David opened his ID bracelet and saw an admission notice signed by the Interstellar Federation Military School. A military school with the Interstellar Federation's name could be seen from its name. David had heard of this military school. It was very strict to enter this military school. It required multiple reviews and high grades to enter. Of course, David's way of entering the Federation Military School was actually gilding. With the qualifications of the Federation Military School, he could easily grow in the military in the future. This was also part of General Adams's painstaking efforts. This kind of express class was only attended by the elites of the military. Almost every soldier who participated was a reserve talent of their respective military. In addition to being able to learn relevant knowledge in the Federation Military School, they could also accumulate a very important friendship. After graduating from this class, classmates in the same class could be said to become natural allies. A month. There's still enough time. David was relieved when he saw the time. This would not delay his trip to the insectoid territory. "David, there's also a batch of resources allocated to you this time. It includes a year's supply of level 3 strengthened meat, 5 types of medicine that will help you advance the Transcendent, and a guard flagship." The Transcendent of Babington continued. "This is the treatment of a true general." The Transcendent of Benton sighed. David knew what the Transcendent of Benton meant. All generals in the military could have their own warships. They would not be able to use them on the War Star, but they would need them after leaving the War Star. A guard flagship like this was a strengthened warship among frigates. In addition to having more firepower, it also had a stronger defense. It could be considered a premium among frigates. This was not the most important thing. Take David's warship, for example. Although it was called a warship, it was actually streamlined in many ways. Even so, that warship could not enter the interior of an administrative planet. It could only dock near an administrative planet and then enter the planet via a landing ship. However, warships issued by the military were different. They could dock at any military airport at will and did not need to be inspected by anyone other than the military. There was also a year's supply of level 3 strengthened meat. This was probably prepared to ensure his studies in the Interstellar Federation military school. Of course, this was also what he deserved with his achievements. As for the 5 types of medicine that would help him advance to transcendent, these were all unique to the military. Even if one had the money, they could not be bought. Why did the military have so many transcendent members? Many of them were self-cultivated, and this was due to the effects of these medicines. Of course, aside from the military, no other faction could make these medicines even if they wanted to, because the most important materials came from the War Star. A year's supply of level 3 strengthened meat. You could take it all at once or store it in the military system and wait until you reach the Interstellar Federation military school before taking it in batches. In my opinion, you should choose to take it in batches, the Transcendent of Buffington said. There's no need. I want to take it all at once. David shook his head. David knew that level 3 strengthened meat was a resource. Aside from right after a major battle, there was a limit to how much it could be obtained. If he reached the Interstellar Federation military school and found that there were no more resources when he took the level 3 strengthened meat, that would be troublesome. Unless you store the level 3 strengthened meat in a spatial item, it will quickly decay and lose its effectiveness, the Transcendent of Buffington reminded him. Actually, I didn't tell you that I also have a spatial item. It's a reward from the Great World of God after I completed a joint mission between the Great World of God and the Federation. David said, a little embarrassed. Heavens, what kind of mission would make the Great World of God give you such a reward? The Transcendent of Buffington asked with wide eyes. It was not just the Transcendent of Buffington. The other 3 Transcendent also had looks of disbelief. David was not a Transcendent, nor did he have the bloodline of the Great World of God. The spatial item that the Great World of God could reward David was a spatial item that ordinary people could use. This kind of spatial item was extremely rare in the Federation. They were all passed down from the Great World of God. However, each of these spatial items required a huge price to obtain. These spatial items were in the hands of some of the top figures in the Federation. They would not appear in other places. David saw that the Transcendent of Buffington's reaction was so intense, so he did not tell them the size of his spatial bag. He was afraid that it would irritate them. In that case, I will apply to the military. They will send it over soon. The Transcendent of Buffington shook his head and said with a smile. He fiddled with his identity bracelet for a while, then took out 5 bottles and handed them to David. David knew that these were the 5 types of potions that would help him become a Transcendent. He carefully put them away. These 5 bottles of potions were enough to make any Kaji go crazy. Even if David was confident that he could become a Transcendent, he would not let go of a chance to have more confidence. Buffington, I want to take a week off. There are some things that I need to deal with, David said to the Transcendent of Buffington with some embarrassment. David had just taken a day off. Now that he had returned, he wanted to take another day off. Buffington was a little embarrassed to ask. The war is over. You should also take a break. There are no important things to do next. You can make your own arrangements before you go to the military academy, the Transcendent of Buffington said with a smile. In fact, after this notice, David had nothing to do. Originally, he only had the duties of an inspector at the 4th Frontline Base. However, all of it was handled by his adjutant, 2nd Lieutenant Mawson. He could take a break at any time. Thank you. Why don't you make some arrangements? Why come back in a week? We can go out and hunt zergs together. David suggested with a smile. That's a good suggestion. I'll make a plan this week. The Transcendent of Buffington heard David's proposal and immediately responded with a smile. They had applied for David to come to the 4th Frontline Base. Their original plan was that they could join forces with a sniper master to hunt zergs. However, they did not expect that David, the sniper master, was so strong. They needed to team up to kill level 3 zergs, but David could easily kill them. This made them too embarrassed to bring up the idea of going out to hunt zergs for a long time. They also knew that David said this because he was ready to share the spoils with them before he left. They would not miss this opportunity. To be honest, even if David did not come to the 4th Frontline Base to hunt zergs with them, it was still very worthwhile. This was because David's arrival reduced the losses of the 4th Frontline Base and became the key to the overall victory of the war. The 4 Transcendent of the 4th Frontline Base had gained a lot. The resource supply of the Transcendent had increased by 1 level, and there were also many special resources. These were all things that they did not even dare to think about before. In the afternoon, a small warship arrived at the headquarters of the 4th Frontline Base and delivered a year's worth of level 3 strengthened meat. David accepted the level 3 strengthened meat. Chapter 534. The Shadow Attendant was 100 meters above his head, observing the surroundings. David, on the other hand, was wearing a camouflage cloth as he ran quickly. He did not choose to enter the insectoid territory from the direction of the 4th Frontline Base. On one hand, he did not want to kill too many level 3 insectoids in this area. This time, he needed a lot of level 3 insectoids' blood. If he killed level 3 insectoids in the insectoid territory outside the 4th Frontline Base, with his efficiency, it would be very difficult to find another level 3 insectoid to kill the next time he came out with the 4 Transcendent members. On the other hand, if David did something big in the insectoid territory outside the 4th Frontline Base, he was worried that the level 5 half-body Spider Queen would suspect something. Although David knew that the half-body Spider Queen wouldn't treat him with such importance, he didn't dare to relax. The Shadow Attendant's observation range was very far. Through the Shadow Attendant's eyes, David saw a level 3 insectoid phantom millipede 8,000 meters away. This type of level 3 insectoid that moved alone was the best target for David. David's feet were light as he walked in the direction of the phantom millipede. The phantom millipede was eating and looked around from time to time. It seemed to be very vigilant. Its food was a small drone. After the drone was shot down, the energy source inside it probably attracted the phantom millipede. The tough outer shell of the drone was easily bitten open by the phantom millipede's level 3 teeth, revealing the components inside. The phantom millipede treated the components inside as snacks and ate them bit by bit. Soon, it reached the energy source inside the drone. It swallowed the energy source and closed its eyes as if it was enjoying the feeling of the energy surging inside. The insectoid's food was very varied. Any high-energy material could be their food. Normal insectoids could eat anything. The phantom millipede had a more delicate diet. Humans and low-level insectoids were its normal prey, and high-energy items like this were just a sumptuous meal. Just as the 1,000-tentacle phantom worm was enjoying itself with its eyes closed, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground beneath it. It was David. When David was 300 meters away from the phantom millipede, he used underground sneak to enter the ground. Although he had the ability to kill the 1,000-tentacle mirage worm face to face, it didn't mean the way he fought was safe. David's weakness was obvious. His powerful equipment and various talents allowed him to unleash the damage of a beginner level 4 insectoid, but his defense could not even withstand the attack of a level 3 insectoid. Therefore, David would not fight a level 3 Zerg unless he had no other choice. Of course, if someone was assisting him from the side, he could use his advantages to kill a level 3 bug tribe easily. However, in a solo operation like this, an underground sneak attack was the best choice. Using underground stealth, he arrived behind the thousand-legged mirage worm, then activated the spirit-severing heavy axe technique and connected his mental thread to the thousand-legged mirage worm. There was no one around, so David could use the level 5 axe without any worries. When the thousand-legged mirage worm sensed danger, a golden axe light swept past, and the head of the thousand-legged mirage worm flew up. During the whole process, the thousand-legged mirage worm did not even have the chance to fight back. The moment the head of the thousand-legged mirage worm flew up, David took out a large bucket that he had prepared beforehand from his portal bag. He placed the bucket on the neck of the thousand-legged mirage worm, and a large amount of green blood flowed into the bucket. This bucket was made by David according to the size of the assassin mantis body. To fill the bucket with the blood of a level 3 insectoid was not something that 1 or 2 level 3 insectoids could do. After draining the blood, David dismantled the level 3 materials, such as the teeth and claws on the back of the thousand-legged mirage worm. After that, he used the underground stealth talent to bury the body of the thousand-legged mirage worm. If a level 3 insectoid's body was left here, the insectoids might notice that something was wrong. However, if a level 3 insectoid disappeared, it would be hard for the insectoids to notice. The shadow attendant flew up again, and David continued towards the direction of the Krypton mines on the map. He felt it was a pity. If he had a top-tier Krypton mine of his own, he could use the incubating crystal to cultivate a perfect Krypton crystal. David knew that it was very difficult to do this in the Federation. If he used the incubating crystal to affect the Krypton mines, the workers in the mines would definitely notice something was wrong. Even if the workers were working for him, there was a high chance that they would leak the information. If that happened, he would not be able to keep his incubating crystal. Furthermore, it would take a long time to cultivate a perfect Krypton crystal with the incubating crystal, so he might as well go to the mines and rob them. However, rob was not the right word. David's method was more like stealing. With his talent, it should not be difficult to steal a perfect Krypton crystal. After a day, David arrived at his first target, a Krypton mine 500 kilometers away from the defense line. He could see a large number of caves on the ground from afar. These caves were very familiar to him. They were the nests of the ghost-faced spiders. The nests of the ghost-faced spiders surrounded the valley in the middle. These ghost-faced spiders' nests were covered with spider webs. Anyone who stepped on the webs would alert the ghost-faced spiders. There were tens of thousands of ghost-faced spiders here. Once alerted, even the Transcendent would be in trouble. Not to mention, the Federation map mentioned that there was a level 4 insectoid here. David frowned. He did not like the ghost-faced spiders that dug underground. He felt that they were invading his territory. In the past, he could move freely as long as he went underground. However, the situation ahead was very complicated. He could only hope that the ghost-faced spiders' nests were not more than 10 meters underground. A group of iron-winged bat bugs flew in the sky from afar. David immediately lowered his body and used the camouflage cloth to hide his body perfectly. The group of iron-winged bat bugs' nests flew above the ghost-faced spiders' nests. Some of them even landed on the ground to rest. Just when David thought that these two insectoids would fight, the ghost-faced spiders did not seem to notice the iron-winged bat bugs. This was definitely not normal. The iron-winged bat bugs were very xenophobic insectoids. They would expel other insectoids in their territory, and the ghost-faced spiders would not tolerate other insectoids standing on their webs. There was only one possibility. The ghost-faced spiders and the iron-winged bat bugs were a community. Combined with the Krypton mine here, it was not hard to guess that they were the guardians of the Krypton mine. Since he could not sneak in from the sky or on the ground, David activated Underground Sneak. His body then sank into the ground. This time, the shadow attendant was not on the ground. Instead, it was investigating the environment in front of David. The nest of the ghost-faced spiders was a maze-like cave in front of them. The nests of the ghost-faced spiders were all connected, and it wasn't as simple as the ones above ground. It was a huge project underground. The shadow attendant's investigation found that the walls of the ghost-faced spiders' nests were covered with spider webs. As long as someone came into contact with the walls of the underground nests, they would be discovered by the ghost-faced spiders. One must know that the ghost-faced spiders walked with special legs. It was completely different from normal contact. David drew a simple underground map on his faceplate based on the shadow servant's exploration in front of him. He carefully avoided the ghost face spiders' nests. There were ghost face spiders' nests in these underground nests. The ghost face spiders' nests were very deep. They were more than 10 meters deep. This made David have to sneak around the complicated underground maze. This kind of complicated environment made it impossible for David to pass through quickly. He could only sneak around for 1 minute and then rest for 5 minutes. It took David an hour to cover this distance of about 3,000 meters. We found that there was no more complicated underground maze in front of him. David knew that he had passed through the ghost-faced spider's nests. The shadow attendant then left the underground and returned to the surface. Sure enough, there were no more underground nests in front of him. David saw a large number of exploding bugs. Among them, there were a lot of elite exploding bugs. He could imagine that if he wanted to approach from the air, he would first be attacked by the iron-wing bat bugs. Then, the exploding bugs would concentrate their energy to attack the target in the air. With so many exploding bugs' concentrated attack, even the Transcendent would not be able to withstand it. David did not dare to leave the underground at this time. Although these exploding bugs did not have any close combat ability, as long as one was killed, it would immediately explode. No matter how secretive the assassination was, it would still alert the bugs here. Helpless, David could only continue to sneak underground. However, this time, he could pass through quickly. Next, David saw 6 broken beetles and 6 giant pincer flaming bugs at the entrance of the valley. They were blocking the entrance to the valley. Under the shadow attendant's observation, the other places were filled with spiderwebs. He believed that if he tried to get close to those places, he would be discovered, let alone pass through them. David continued to go in. He was curious why there were so many bugs guarding this Krypton crystal mine. He also wondered how much importance the perfect Krypton crystal mine placed on the insectoids. He used his mental power to sense the big bucket in his spatial bag. After a journey of 500 kilometers, he had killed as many as 7 level 3 insectoids. The blood of these 7 level 3 insectoids were all in this big bucket. Soaked in blood was the body of the assassin mantis. A strange pattern was engraved on the body of the assassin mantis. Unfortunately, he was inside the portal bag. David thought that he could finish the first step of this assassin mantis corpse in the portal bag, but he was wrong. The pattern and blood inside the portal bag were still and did not have any effect. Shaking his head, David thought that regardless of whether he could find the perfect grade Krypton crystal or not, he would have to find a place to take the big bucket out and let the assassin mantis's body finish the first step. David sneaked in again. The defense here was very tight, but it was based on visible enemies. For someone like David who sneaked in from underground, it was impossible to discover him. David easily entered the valley. The valley was very spacious, and there were only a few mining ants working in the valley. Mining ants were only level 1 bugs. They did not have much fighting power, but they were the best miners. They worked tirelessly, and their food was just the useless leftovers. This was the first time David saw a top-grade Krypton crystal mine. The minerals here were completely different from the ones on the Guardian planet. On the ground of the valley, exposed Krypton crystals could be seen everywhere. Many of them were top-grade Krypton crystals. David was shocked to see how many Krypton crystals could be produced in such a large valley. The mining ant's job was to dig out the Krypton crystals with sufficient energy and pile them together. The shadow attendant sent a reminder. David quickly entered the shadow attendant's body. Through the shadow attendant's eyes, he saw a cave at the end of the valley. David did not think that the perfect Krypton crystal mine would be produced in such an open valley. If it was, then the level 4 bugs would be guarding this place. There were no level 4 bugs in the valley, so they had to be in the cave up ahead. David continued to sneak in. He could feel the Krypton crystals around him. The Krypton crystals here had not been mined much. Otherwise, there would not be so much Krypton crystals left underground. There were not many mining ants either. They only took the exposed Krypton crystals with sufficient energy. According to David's estimation, The reason why the krypton ores were not mined on a large scale was because of the perfect krypton ores. According to David's estimation, the production of perfect krypton ores probably required the existence of krypton ores. Otherwise, given the bug's thirst for energy, the krypton crystals would be gone in a short period of time, no matter how big they were. The bugs needed energy to grow, and the energy in a normal krypton crystal mine was what most of the bugs needed. David continued to move forward, but he stopped when he was about 100 meters away from the cave. When he was about 100 meters away, he felt a little dizzy. The crystal outside of the Fortress of Souls was shaking like it was being attacked. It was a mental attack, and such a powerful mental attack had to be from a very powerful level 4 bug. David did not expect his simple operation to be blocked at the entrance. He did not dare to force his way in. Maybe his Fortress of Souls could withstand a mental attack, but if it really happened, he would not be able to hide his presence. That way, David would have to face the terrifying LV-4 insectoid that could unconsciously attack everything within a radius of a few hundred meters. He estimated that it would be very difficult to get close to this LV-4 insectoid. This LV-4 insectoid was practically a natural counter to him. Chapter 535. David tried to let the shadow attendant enter the cave, but unfortunately, the shadow attendant was only a few meters away from the entrance and could not enter the cave. This was the first time David encountered such a situation. He did not even see the level 4 insectoid before he was blocked outside. He could not think of a solution at the moment, so he could only stay underground and wait for the right opportunity. Time passed by slowly, and the effect of the underground move talent had long expired. David was pressed down by the soil underground. Luckily, the exoskeleton armor provided him with enough oxygen through the internal circulation system, so he could stay motionless for a long time. David observed the situation at the entrance of the cave through the shadow attendant on the ground. However, an hour had passed, and the unknown level 4 insectoid had not left the cave. There's movement. While waiting in boredom, the shadow attendant suddenly saw a figure appear at the entrance of the valley. It was the giant pincer flaming beetle guarding the entrance of the valley. At that moment, the giant pincer flaming beetle was holding a level 2 insectoid in its mouth. This giant pincer flaming beetle was obviously afraid of this place. It walked very slowly and carefully. Along the way, the mining ants were very numb. They did not seem to notice the giant pincer flaming beetle and only cared about their own work. The giant pincer flaming beetle was about 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave. The giant pincer flaming beetle was very clear about the range of the mind attack, so it stopped right outside the range of the terrifying mind attack. The giant pincer flaming beetle lowered its head humbly and placed the level 2 insectoid in its mouth on the ground. It then slowly retreated. After retreating 100 meters, it turned around and left the valley at a speed many times faster than when it came in. David immediately understood that the giant pincer flaming beetle had come to deliver food to the level 4 insectoid in the cave. Although there was a lot of krypton in the krypton crystal mine, the insectoids only needed energy to survive. However, most of the insectoids had an innate love for fresh blood and meat. This was engraved in their genes. It was also because of this innate love for fresh blood and meat that the insectoids were so warlike. David looked at the shivering level 2 Zerg on the ground through the shadow attendant. This level 2 Zerg's limbs had been bitten off. The force used was ingenious and did not pierce through the skin, causing the level 2 Zerg to be unable to move. It seemed that this level 2 Zerg understood its fate. Even though its body was in extreme pain, it did not make a sound. This was because they might be able to live longer if they did not make a sound. Once they made a sound, it would alert the level 4 insectoids at the cave entrance to eat. David's heart skipped a beat. He activated Underground Sneak and came under the level 2 insectoid. He took out a piece of beef from his portal bag and added a level 4 poison on the beef with his poison talent ability. The piece of beef was so small that even the shadow attendant could lift it up. David quickly stuffed the beef into a bottle. Throughout the entire process, David did not touch the beef. Everything was done by the shadow attendant. Even though David was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor, he did not dare to test the power of a level 4 poison. When the bottle was sealed, David let out a long sigh of relief. No matter when, being so close to a level 4 poison would cause his danger perception to constantly send out warnings. This kind of poison that could easily take his life at any time was too dangerous. Without hesitation, David went under the level 2 Zerg. He then took out the transcendent stiletto and pierced a wound under the level 2 Zerg's body. He then put the bottle in. The sudden pain made the level 2 Zerg unable to hold back. It let out a miserable howl. David's movements were very fast. After doing all this, he immediately went back underground. Only the shadow attendant was left to observe the situation. Less than 2 seconds after the level 2 Zerg's howl, a figure appeared in the cave. David had already retreated further away. The shadow attendant saw the full appearance of this level 4 Zerg. It was a phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly with a level 4 Zerg that was proficient in mental hallucinations. Its hallucinations formed 2 different layers around it. The outermost layer was affected by the phantom butterfly's mental attack. Any creature that entered this layer would be affected by its mental attack. If they could not resist, they would become a corpse. The inner layer was formed by combining the mental attack with the powder on the phantom butterfly's wings. In this layer, the enemy would hallucinate and be controlled by the phantom butterfly. Of course, the phantom butterfly was not in Zerg that made puppets. Its control was only within the range of its hallucinations. Its main purpose was to make the enemy kill each other or even commit suicide. David recalled the information about the phantom butterfly and was secretly shocked. This information was only available in the military's database after his access level was increased. The military's records did not record the presence of a phantom butterfly. They only determined that there was a level 4 Zerg here based on the fact that even level 3 Zergs did not dare to come close. If he had known that the phantom butterfly was guarding this place, David would not have made this place his first target. David had a few ways to attack. One was to snipe from afar. This method was useless against level 4 Zergs. Even the strongest sniper rifle could not fire level 4 bullets. Before a level 4 bullet left the barrel, it would rub against the barrel. With the strength of a level 4 bullet, it would only take 1 hit to damage the barrel. No one had ever used level 4 materials to make a sniper rifle. This was because the bullets fired from a sniper rifle could not have enough impact to break through a level 4 Zerg. Even level 4 bullets could not achieve this. David's melee attacks were even worse. As long as he got close to the phantom butterfly, he would be continuously attacked by the phantom butterfly's mental attack. Even if he approached from underground, he would not be able to avoid this attack. Just as David was thinking, the phantom butterfly had already entered the cave with a level 2 Zerg in its mouth. David did not know if his plan would work. If it did not, he would have to change to another Krypton mine. This would waste even more time, and he did not have much time. The phantom butterfly entered the cave and came to its normal feeding area. It was one of the few Zergs that liked cleanliness. This was probably because it needed to keep its wings clean so that it could spread the butterfly powder more easily. The phantom butterfly bit off the level 2 Zerg's neck, ending the annoying noise. If the level 2 Zerg was not so loud, it would have to wait a little longer before eating. If the level 2 Zerg knew about this, it would feel that it had died too miserably. It did not want to make any noise, but someone had cut it, so of course it had to make a noise. The phantom butterfly began to eat. When it bit into the bottle, it did not notice that the bottle had perfectly isolated the smell of the poison. Since the whole process was done by the shadow attendant, it did not leave any smell of the mission on the bottle. A bottle was also a type of food for the phantom butterfly. This kind of fragile man-made object was very rare. Besides, a level 4 Zerg like the phantom butterfly had a digestive system that was many times stronger than a normal Zerg. A normal Zerg could digest steel, not to mention the phantom butterfly. However, when the phantom butterfly bit the bottle, the piece of beef that had been corroded by the level 4 poison splashed everywhere. It immediately sensed danger. The grade 4 poison exploded in the phantom butterfly's mouth, causing it to feel numb in its mouth. This amount of poison was not enough to kill the phantom butterfly, but it made the phantom butterfly very angry. This was a provocation. It needed to find out who was playing with it. David was hiding underground. The shadow attendant heard a roar from the cave and knew that his plan had succeeded. Then the phantom butterfly rushed out of the cave, flapped its wings, and flew towards the entrance of the valley. David knew that time waits for no one, so he immediately activated Underground Sneak and went towards the cave. The shadow attendant saw the situation in the cave from above. The cave was very beautiful because there were too many krypton crystals. The cave was like a starry sky. David rose from the ground and split his attention between the shadow attendant and himself. He began to look for the perfect grade krypton crystal. If the perfect grade krypton crystal was on the surface of the cave wall, it would be very easy to find it because the gold color was too obvious. However, after looking around the cave, he didn't find any gold. David frowned. If the perfect grade krypton crystal was hidden, he would be in trouble. He didn't know how long it would take for the phantom butterfly to return. He needed to find the perfect grade krypton crystal as soon as possible. David controlled the shadow attendant to go through the cave wall and came to an area that had been cleaned up. There was a pit made by a pile of top-grade krypton crystals. This was probably where the phantom butterfly rested. The phantom butterfly was really extravagant. There were at least a few thousand top-grade krypton crystals here. In addition to the environment, the phantom butterfly could even breathe energy into its body. This kind of cultivation environment would definitely make any transcendence of the Federation blush with shame. It was no wonder that the phantom butterfly was so terrifying. Only the elites of the insectoids would be sent to guard this kind of krypton crystal mine. Even the direct descendants of the half-body spider queen didn't have such a good opportunity. Every top-grade krypton crystal mine that produced perfect-grade krypton crystals was the most important resource for the insectoids. Only the strongest level 4 insectoids would be sent to guard it. At the same time, these level 4 insectoids would be given the best conditions to develop. Although the krypton crystal mine here couldn't be casually mined, the level 4 insectoids' daily training consumption didn't matter. This top-grade krypton crystal mine produced enough krypton crystals to support a level 4 insectoid's daily training consumption. Because this place was too important, the level 5 insectoids couldn't directly assign it. It could only be arranged by other level 5 insectoids. David was a little surprised by the environment here. He had seen too many insectoid nests. It was normal for them to be dirty, messy, and smelly. However, the phantom butterfly's nest in front of him was very clean. Even the smelly smell was very little. The place where the phantom butterfly rested was cleaned up. Tens of meters away from the top-grade krypton crystal mine, David saw the level 2 insectoid that was half-eaten. Beside the level 2 insectoid, there were some teeth and claws that emitted a faint blue light and a small amount of green light. The rest of the bones had been cleaned up. It was probably because the mirage butterfly liked these glowing items that it left behind these materials. This was just the surface. David peeled off the surface of the materials and saw even more. There were probably no less than 50 level 3 insectoids that died here. The level 3 materials here were enough to make 7 to 8 heavy weapons. Although David didn't care about the level 3 materials, he still casually put them away. The shadow attendant looked around and didn't find any perfect grade krypton ore. This made David anxious. Could it be that there are no perfect grade krypton ores here? He thought to himself. If that was the case, he had wasted so much time. Finally, David looked at the place where the phantom butterfly rested. There were thousands of top-grade krypton ores piled up together. This was the only place that he hadn't checked yet. David flipped open the top-grade Krypton ores and found that there weren't only thousands of top-grade Krypton ores on the surface. He kept flipping the top-grade Krypton ores to the side and quickly dug down. After digging for about 5 meters, a gold color appeared in front of his eyes. Got it. David sped up his digging. At this time, he heard a cry from outside the cave. It was the phantom butterfly's warning to the nearby insectoids. The phantom butterfly didn't find anything after checking, so it remembered its responsibility and came back first. David couldn't help but feel anxious. He couldn't help but pat his head and summon the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant went underground and put the gold light into the portal ring. However, it was too late for David to leave. With the phantom butterfly's ability, as long as it came in, it could cover an area of a few hundred meters. With David's speed, he couldn't leave this area in a short time. David made up his mind and summoned the sonic steel beetle. Then he activated the innate ability of the sonic steel beetle, and the innate ability of the sonic steel beetle, the innate ability of the sonic steel beetle, after which the innate ability of the sonic steel beetle sent out a stream of energy towards David. David accepted the guiding force and disappeared in an instant. He opened his eyes and found himself in a pitch-black space. He turned on the light on his exoskeleton armor and found himself in a space the size of a field. However, there was no time for David to continue investigating because the phantom butterfly had already entered the cave. At the same time, it discovered the sonic iron beetle's existence. The sonic steel beetle was now 2 meters long. The moment the phantom butterfly entered the cave, David activated the sonic steel beetle's innate ability and returned it to its original size. Immediately, the sonic iron beetle grew from 2 meters to 20 meters in size. Then, it charged towards the illusion butterfly. Chapter 536. David was controlling the sonic iron beetle with his mind. He only realized how powerful the sonic iron beetle was when he faced the phantom butterfly. At this moment, the distance between the sonic iron beetle and the illusionary butterfly was already affected by the second layer of the illusionary butterfly's mind. The butterfly powder and the mind attacked the soul of the sonic iron beetle together. However, the soul of the sonic iron beetle was extremely tough. It could withstand the attack for at least a few minutes. David couldn't help but think that if he hadn't gotten the sonic iron beetle with its intelligence erased, he wouldn't have been able to control it, let alone turn it into a puppet. Originally, David was worried about how long he could last under the range of the phantom butterfly's spirit attack. However, this problem did not occur because he did not feel the phantom butterfly's spirit attack while he was inside the sonic iron beetle's belly. In other words, the internal space of the sonic iron beetle had placed him in a different space, and he wasn't within the range of the phantom butterfly's spirit attack. This made him feel a lot more relieved. At least he didn't have to face the phantom butterfly's spirit attack. The consequences of a spirit attack were very serious. If he could withstand it, he would be fine, but if he couldn't, he would die. Although David was very confident in his spirit, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence when compared to the phantom butterfly, which specialized in spirit attacks. David controlled the sonic iron beetle to charge at the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly was obviously very surprised. The phantom butterfly had a very high status in the insectoids. It couldn't believe that an insectoid would dare to enter the mine it was guarding. The most incomprehensible thing was how the intruder got in. There were layers of defense outside the Krypton mine. As long as the intruder was triggered, it would discover the intruder. The phantom butterfly let out an angry cry. Through the transmission of spirit, David understood what it meant. The phantom butterfly was questioning why the sonic iron beetle had appeared here. Was it not afraid of being hunted down by the higher-ups of the insectoids? Of course, David didn't care. The origin of this sonic iron beetle was unknown. There was no way to find out anything about it in the insectoid territory, unless the half-body spider queen came forward. Even if they did find out, what could they do? Would David control the sonic iron beetle every day in the insectoid territory? In another month, David would be leaving planet Battlestar. The sonic iron beetle ignored the phantom butterfly's cry and continued to charge at it. The phantom butterfly had no choice but to dodge. Compared to the sonic steel beetle, the phantom butterfly was a level 4 insectoid with a special innate ability. However, the collision at this distance was a competition of physical strength, so the phantom butterfly had no choice but to dodge. In fact, as long as the phantom butterfly fought with the sonic iron beetle for a while, the phantom butterfly would definitely emerge victorious. However, David didn't want to fight the phantom butterfly at all. He had already gotten what he wanted, so he didn't want to stay any longer. Moreover, the sonic iron beetle and himself were no match for the phantom butterfly. As long as he dared to leave the space in its stomach, the phantom butterfly would definitely kill him first. As soon as the phantom butterfly dodged, the sonic iron beetle charged out of the cave. The phantom butterfly's spirit swept through the cave and discovered that the nest had been turned upside down, especially the top-grade krypton ore that had been opened. It couldn't help but feel anxious. The phantom butterfly immediately turned around and chased after it. After it left the cave, it heard the unique sound of the sonic iron beetle's spatial explosion and saw a figure that was getting smaller and smaller. All level 4 insectoids could fly. Even though the mirage butterfly had a pair of wings that allowed it to fly faster, the sonic iron beetle was one of the level 4 insectoids that had the advantage of speed. Once the sonic iron beetle sped up, very few insectoids could catch up to it. The phantom butterfly knew that it couldn't catch up, but for the sake of its mission, it still did its best to chase after it. David was feeling very good. He controlled the sonic iron beetle to fly past the entrance of the valley guarded by a dozen or so rank 3 insectoids. Before the rank 3 insectoids could react, the sonic iron beetle had already flown past them. Next was the range of the sonic iron beetle swarm. Even if the sonic iron beetles wanted to attack a rank 4 insectoid, they wouldn't be able to lock onto a target that was so fast. The sonic iron beetles could only watch as the sonic iron beetle flew past them. Then, they heard the angry roar of the phantom butterfly. It was an order for them to attack. The sonic iron beetles didn't dare to disobey the order. They could only shoot a few energy beams at the sonic iron beetle as it flew past. These energy beams were tens of meters away from the sonic iron beetle, so of course, they were useless. The sonic iron beetle flew past the area of the ghost face spiders. Because of the commotion, the iron wing bat beetles were also alerted. They all took off from the ground. The sonic iron beetle flew through the middle of the iron wing bat beetles. The iron wing bat beetles in front of it were all smashed into pieces by the sonic iron beetle. The iron wing bat beetles had some effect, but the ghost face spiders didn't react at all. The sonic iron beetle continued to accelerate. David never thought that he would one day fly at such speed in the sky above an insectoid territory. The phantom butterfly behind him was getting weaker and weaker, while the sonic iron beetle was getting faster and faster. After 5 minutes, David could no longer sense the phantom butterfly's presence. Afterward, he let the sonic iron beetle land on the ground. He came out of the internal space and let the sonic iron beetle activate its resize ability. Its body shrank to a size of 2 meters. David recalled the sonic iron beetle back into his summoning ring. He didn't dare to keep using the sonic iron beetle in the arachnid territory. He didn't dare to act recklessly in the arachnid territory. Given the importance of the Krypton crystal mine, he believed that the insectoids would soon surround the sonic iron beetle. David looked at his surroundings. He was flying too fast just now, and his body was in the abdominal space, so he couldn't update his position in time. Luckily, he knew the general direction and how far he had flown. He didn't want the sonic iron beetle to fly into the depths of the insectoid territory. David put on the camouflage cloth again and ran quickly on the ground. He needed to find a temporary foothold. In this insectoid territory, insectoid layers could be seen everywhere. David chose an inconspicuous underground lair. Inside the lair was a level 1 insectoid called a black-skinned tarantula. He didn't kill the black-skinned tarantula. Instead, he used the bewitching rune to turn it into a puppet. Afterward, he used the underground move ability and opened up a hole that was several cubic meters in size under the black-skinned tarantula's lair. David jumped into the hole and completely hid his presence. Just as he was about to take out the bucket, his movements suddenly slowed down. A terrifying spiritual force swept through the lair. After discovering the black-skinned tarantulas, it swept past them without stopping. After this terrifying consciousness scan, the shadow attendant that David left outside the lair saw an illusory figure flash by a kilometer away. David was almost 100% sure that it was the energy incarnation of a level 5 insectoid. He didn't expect the insectoids to react so quickly. In just a short while, a level 5 insectoid had already made its move. He thought that with the shadow attendant, he wouldn't be discovered by the shadow attendant. Now, he realized how ridiculous that thought was. If he had taken out the bucket just now, the smell of the blood in the bucket and the bewitching rune would have attracted the attention of the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation. Once the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation noticed, even if David had the ability to hide his presence, he would still be discovered. David had seen the power of a level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation. It was a power that he couldn't understand. Let alone him. Even someone as powerful as Baron Du Bois would be waiting for death if he encountered a level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation. David didn't dare to make any more moves. He carefully stayed in the small hole. After another half an hour, the consciousness scanned the area again, but this time it went back in the direction it came from. The level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation followed the sonic iron beetle's flight path and chased after it. Its speed was much faster than the sonic iron beetle's. After chasing for a long distance, the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation realized that it might have gone in the wrong direction. The sonic iron beetle had changed directions halfway. The insectoid territory was too big. It was almost impossible to search through it completely. Therefore, the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation could only return. Next, it would send out an insectoid that was good at tracking to investigate. As long as the sonic iron beetle was still there, it would be found. David stayed for another 2 hours. The sky outside was already dark, and the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation didn't pass by again. After searching twice, David didn't believe that the level 5 insectoid's energy incarnation would continue to search this area. Therefore, he decided to get to work. David took out a large bucket. Immediately, a bloody smell spread out. It was very obvious in this small space. David had already switched to an internal circulation mode, so the smell here couldn't affect him. As soon as the bucket left the space item, the runes on the assassin mantis's body began to flicker. The blood of a level 3 insectoid contained a lot of special energy. This blood was collected by David from a recently dead level 3 insectoid and stored in a space item. Therefore, the energy in the blood wasn't wasted at all. The blood contained the life energy of a level 3 insectoid. This kind of energy only existed in blood. According to the corpse controlling technique in his memory, a large amount of life energy was needed to increase the vitality of the corpse. This way, the corpse would retain more of its strength. If it was a low-level insectoid, the wasted strength wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Therefore, there was no need to do this before using the corpse controlling technique. However, the loss of a level 4 insectoid strength was a huge loss. Therefore, this method was needed to recover the life energy of the insectoid. The runes on the assassin mantis's body flickered. The life energy in the blood was absorbed into the assassin mantis's body. The assassin mantis's body had a trace of life energy. This trace of life energy was external, but it was increasing. However, this process was very slow. David could only watch and couldn't help. A day passed. The life energy in the blood of the level 3 insectoid was decreasing. However, the assassin mantis's body was becoming more and more lively. 2 days passed. The life energy in the blood of the level 3 insectoid was affected by the runes. Instead, it was all directed into the assassin mantis's body. On the third day, the blood of the level 3 insectoid had no more life energy. On the other hand, the assassin mantis's body was still full of life. During these 3 days, many insectoids passed by this place. However, none of them discovered David, who was hiding underground. The strongest of these insectoids were only level 3. Of course, they couldn't scan the underground like the level 5 insectoid's energy clone. David decided to use the corpse controlling technique here. This place was relatively safe. David sealed the cave and completely isolated it from the outside world. This way, unless another level 5 insectoid's energy clone passed by, they wouldn't be able to detect the energy waves here. After recalling the shadow attendant, he controlled the shadow attendant to take out the stolen perfect grade kryptonite. A mesmerizing golden light appeared in front of David's eyes. The surface of the perfect grade kryptonite was flowing with golden light. This golden light was like a cloud that rippled on the surface of the perfect grade kryptonite. David now knew why the low-level insectoids would absorb the energy of the perfect grade kryptonite, regardless of the danger. David's will was strong, and he knew that absorbing the perfect grade kryptonite meant certain death. However, there was always an instinctive call in his heart that wanted him to absorb the energy of the perfect grade kryptonite. Perhaps it was the instinct of life to evolve. It was a path that could allow life to take another step forward. Even if this path was extremely dangerous, it couldn't stop the instinct of life. In David's opinion, the Stone-Skin Worm King on the Guardian planet was extremely lucky. It could survive after absorbing the energy of the perfect grade kryptonite and become even stronger. If Baron Du Bois didn't mention the importance of the perfect grade kryptonite, most people would have followed their instincts and tried the perfect grade kryptonite for the first time. David shook his head and suppressed the effect of the perfect grade kryptonite on him. He knew that danger was very easy for humans to control. Chapter 537. David placed the perfect krypton crystal aside and recalled the knowledge of corpse controlling in his mind. Although the knowledge was accumulated over countless years under the effect of the knowledge orb, he still had to be extra careful in times like this. In the corpse controlling technique knowledge system in his memory, casting the corpse controlling technique on the body of a level 4 insectoid and turning it into a puppet was an extremely risky operation. If it was not for the fact that David had coincidentally obtained the assassin mantis, a 4th level Zer with a small body and extremely powerful combat power, he would not have considered this point. A normal level 4 insectoid's body was already an insurmountable problem for him. He couldn't turn a 20-meter-long monster into a puppet because he couldn't bring it back with him. After recalling the corpse controlling technique knowledge, David directed his consciousness to his finger and used it to draw the most important corpse controlling pattern on the assassin mantis body. Just like the insectoid pattern David learned before, this corpse controlling pattern required a special wave of consciousness to draw. Coupled with the complexity of the corpse controlling pattern, it was impossible for any other race to copy this pattern. When David began to draw the corpse controlling pattern, he immediately felt his consciousness rushing towards his finger. With his mental strength, just a few strokes would drain his mental strength, but this corpse-controlling rune had hundreds of strokes. Without any hesitation, he immediately pressed his other hand on the shadow servant's body. For such a long time, David resisted the urge to absorb the soul energy in the shadow attendant's body just for this moment. David didn't know how much soul energy the shadow attendant absorbed. Because of the total war initiated by the insectoids, the shadow attendant absorbed an unimaginable amount of souls from both sides on the battlefield. Not to mention, the souls of 2 level 4 insectoids were also absorbed by the shadow attendant. After that, David entered the insectoid territory and killed some level 3 insectoids, and their souls didn't escape the shadow attendant's absorption. The moment David pressed his hand on the shadow attendant, a surge of soul energy entered his body. He suppressed the urge to absorb the soul energy into the soul fortress and instead directed it to his finger. At this moment, David's mind was divided into two. On one hand, he had to force the soul energy to slow down and slowly flow to his finger. On the other hand, he had to maintain the corpse controlling pattern in his hand. He couldn't make a single mistake. At this moment, David forgot about his surroundings as he wholeheartedly devoted himself to drawing. As the corpse controlling pattern was about to be completed, the level 4 insectoid assassin mantis had a slight connection with the corpse controlling pattern, and this connection produced a terrifying presence. At the same time, a shadow was flying towards Abel from the sky. It was the level 5 insectoid. It sent out an insectoid with the talent of tracking to determine the flight path of the sonic iron beetle. The insectoids also had a talent similar to David's pet little white. This ability was a transcendent level tracking ability. As long as there was a trace of the target's presence, it could track it down. If David hadn't stored the sonic iron beetle in his summoning ring, he would have been discovered by the insectoids. David's talent of hiding his presence allowed him to avoid being tracked by the insectoids, but he couldn't hide the flight path of the sonic iron beetle. That was why the level 5 insectoid sent out another energy clone. David, who was fully focused on drawing the corpse controlling pattern, didn't feel any danger. In fact, the level 5 insectoid was worried that the thief would be able to sense danger and know that it was coming. Therefore, the level 5 insectoid suppressed its presence this time. It was only when the level 5 insectoid scanned the thief with its mind that the thief would be alerted. At this critical moment, the eyes of the shadow attendant, which had been lifeless like an inanimate object, suddenly lit up. Then, it waved its hand, and a mind barrier covered the entire cave. A second after the mental barrier was formed, the level 5 insectoid energy clone scanned the cave with its mind. Surprisingly, the level 5 insectoid energy clone didn't sense anything strange. In the senses of the level 5 insectoid energy clone, this was just an ordinary nest. There was nothing special about it. The level 5 insectoid energy clone flew above and continued to scan the cave with its mind. As the level 5 insectoid energy clone left, the mental barrier covering the cave also disappeared. The light in the shadow attendant's eyes disappeared, and it returned to its lifeless appearance. David didn't know that at this point. He was fully focused on controlling the flow of his soul energy into the corpse controlling pattern. Although the corpse controlling pattern was successfully drawn, the absorption of soul energy was still ongoing. After waiting for about 30 minutes, the corpse controlling pattern flashed white and stopped absorbing soul energy. Only then did David move his hand away from the shadow attendant. He had gotten a lot of soul energy this time. After such a long time, there was still a lot of soul energy left. David didn't care about the soul energy consumption. He needed to move on to the next step. If he made even the slightest mistake, all of his efforts would go to waste. There was only one chance. Whether it was the level 4 insectoid body of the assassin mantis, the perfect grade kryptonite, or the massive amount of soul energy, they were all resources that were hard to come by. Let's talk about the corpse of the assassin mantis first. Even the level 5 arachnid race, half-body spider queen, had only produced one such assassin mantis after so many years. The chances of David meeting another assassin mantis in the future was very slim, and even if he did meet one, killing it would be a big problem. The biggest possibility was that David would be ambushed by the assassin mantis. David's sense of danger wouldn't be able to detect the assassin mantis tracks, let alone take precautions. Next was the perfect grade kryptonite. After this, the insectoids would at least increase the security around the perfect grade kryptonite for a long time. There might even be a level 5 insectoid energy clone waiting for him in a kryptonite mine. He wouldn't go to those kryptonite mines again. The first time he stole it, it was because the insectoids weren't vigilant enough. The second time, the chances of him being caught were very high. He didn't want to take the risk. Finally, there was the soul energy problem. This much soul energy could only be obtained in an all-out war with the insectoids, and it would take at least 30 years for the next one to happen. So if he failed this time, he wouldn't have the chance to get such a good opportunity again for a long time. The corpse controlling pattern floated above the assassin mantis head. David placed the perfect grade kryptonite in the center of the pattern. In an instant, the corpse controlling pattern turned golden. Then, the golden light turned into lines and spread across the assassin mantis body. These lines were the assassin mantis blood vessels. Then, the dried-up blood vessels swelled up. Of course, it wasn't blood flowing through them, but the golden energy from the perfect grade kryptonite. The golden energy flowed through the blood vessels and flowed towards the assassin mantis heart. David had been paying attention to the assassin mantis changes. When he sensed the golden energy flowing towards the assassin mantis heart, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He still remembered that when he killed this assassin mantis, he had split its heart into two with a single swing of his axe. But it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. When the golden energy flowed into the broken heart, the heart magically closed up. Under the effect of the golden energy, the damage to the heart was repaired. After that, the heart that hadn't beat for a long time started beating again, and the golden energy flowed into the blood vessels all over the body. The golden energy replaced the blood in the assassin mantis body, but the level of the golden energy was too high. With David's senses, unless he was close to the assassin mantis, he couldn't sense its presence. When the golden energy flowed through the assassin mantis body, the corpse controlling pattern and perfect grade kryptonite descended towards the assassin mantis brain. Finally, the corpse controlling pattern and perfect grade kryptonite went through the assassin mantis skin and skull and entered its brain. David saw it clearly. Throughout the whole process, the assassin mantis was not damaged at all. He didn't know how it worked, but the combination of the corpse controlling pattern and perfect grade kryptonite seemed to have turned into energy and ignored the assassin mantis defense. The assassin mantis eyes suddenly opened, but there was no intelligence in them. At the same time, David felt the connection from the corpse controlling pattern. He could put his mind into the assassin mantis body and control its movements. Of course, David could also give the assassin mantis an order, but it couldn't be too complicated. For example, it could kill everything in sight or hide. The assassin mantis intelligence was completely replaced by the corpse controlling pattern. The corpse controlling pattern extracted the assassin mantis instincts and made it control its body instinctively. This allowed the assassin mantis to have its original combat power, but it lost its ability to analyze things. David looked at the assassin mantis in front of him. Or rather, it was a puppet assassin mantis. It was completely different from the sonic iron beetle because the sonic iron beetle was a living creature no matter how one looked at it. The assassin mantis puppet, on the other hand, had blood flowing in its body, but it was dead. The body of the assassin mantis puppet only relied on the corpse controlling pattern and the energy in the perfect grade krypton to keep its body alive, but it did not have a trace of a living creature's aura. Using the corpse controlling spell to resurrect the original life was only left with the body's instincts. Its talent was gone. For example, the assassin mantis puppet should have had the ability to hide its presence, but it was gone now. However, David sensed the current state of the assassin mantis puppet. He guessed that it didn't need the ability to hide its presence like before because it was standing right there. As long as one was more than a meter away from it, no one would be able to sense its presence. David summoned the shadow attendant and sensed the space inside the summoning ring. He couldn't help but give up on the idea of putting the assassin mantis puppet in the ring. The space inside was too small. How could I forget that it's not alive? David suddenly said softly. He immediately asked the shadow attendant to try putting the assassin mantis puppet in the portal ring. If the assassin mantis puppet was alive, it wouldn't be able to be put in the portal ring. As for why he asked the shadow attendant to put the assassin mantis puppet in the portal ring instead of David putting in his own portal bag, it was because David didn't want to put the assassin mantis puppet on himself. This was the same reason why he put the summoning ring on the shadow attendant. Whether it was the sonic steel beetle or the assassin mantis puppet, they were secrets that couldn't be discovered by others. The Federation had the equipment to check the contents of portal items, and he didn't want anyone to find out about it because of his own mistakes. This was especially true in peaceful areas where the presence of insectoids was not tolerated. As long as an insectoid appeared, it would be a huge matter. As long as the insectoids appeared, the planet would be quarantined. The insectoid larvae and eggs couldn't be cleaned up. If he didn't want to cause this kind of panic, David had to put away his 2 puppets. After he was done with the assassin mantis puppet, David placed his hand on the shadow attendant again. Then, a large amount of soul energy rushed towards him. David enjoyed the refreshing feeling of the soul energy entering his soul fortress. The soul fortress became stronger in the rain of soul energy, but it didn't change much. However, the refreshing feeling didn't last long. When the soul energy stopped flowing into the shadow attendant, David opened his eyes. He ordered the shadow attendant to open the status panel. His current attributes appeared in front of him. His will had increased to 8. 21. This time, the soul energy provided by the war with the insectoids had increased his will by 0. 14. David believed that if he didn't use the soul energy to draw the corpse-controlling rune, he would have gained a lot more. However, he didn't regret it at all. The increase in spirit could indeed increase his overall ability, and it was also an increase in his own body. However, it did not have a substantial increase in his strength. However, having a level 4 insectoid puppet, especially a short one like the assassin mantis puppet, would give him a lot of protection. It was definitely worth it to give up some opportunities to improve his spirit in exchange for a level 4 insectoid assassin mantis puppet. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.